up for grabs is, of course, a place at finals night and the £5,000 first prize. Already waiting in Champions Week, of course. We have 2 players already there and 6 players looking to join them there this evening. Before we get the action underway, let's find out just how they got here. Johnny Haynes had a nervy wait for his finals night spot to be confirmed. He needed to rely on Andy Jenkins beating Cullerton. Bradley Roos finished runner-up in Group C. Disheartened in Group A, a different mindset served him well on Thursday and Friday. For debutant Stuart White, this was one of 7 three-figure outs over the course of the week. Conan Whitehead, our former champ, made light work of Group C, and in a more competitive group tonight, expect an even higher level. Matty Dennant has a very high ceiling, 5 averages over 90 in Group B. He's third favourite to go all the way tonight at 4-1. But it was Neil Duff who was the first through to finals night, consistent throughout his Group A campaign. Yeah, it promises to be a fantastic finals night ahead. Chris Mason alongside me. Of the 6 players that we've seen so far, who would you say stands out as the most consistent player?
In terms of consistency, I suppose you've got to look at Matty Dennant, only the one average in the low 80s, the rest of them, you know, above 88 and then 90 and beyond. But it's one of those groups normally in the weekly finals nights, you can sort of pick, you can narrow it down to 2, you know, sometimes you sort of narrow it down to 1, you're that confident. Tonight, I can make a case for all 6.
Yeah, let's have a look then at how these players made it through. Group A was the first one to reach a conclusion. Neil Duff, the most consistent player in that particular field, but he's already admitted himself this evening he's not really been practicing that much on Thursday and Friday, being a little bit lazy. Does that surprise you coming into this, knowing how much he wants to make it through to Champions Week?
Not really. I think having played 15 matches over the course of 3 days, I know he had a tick-over session, I think, yesterday for an hour or so just on the doubles. He looked solid enough. He was a bit slow out of the blocks, but once he sort of got up to speed, there was only one winner, and it was him. Stuart White on debut, you know, matching the achievement of Niall Cullerton there, winning 9 of his 15 matches. He was very, very good in Group C. But the 2 debutants down at the bottom there, they were a worry for me going into Group C.
Yeah, and when we have a little look at Group B, of course, Niall Cullerton was in action. He will be absolutely devastated to miss out so narrowly. Andy Jenkins, of course, playing Niall Cullerton in a final Group B match last night. Had Niall Cullerton got the victory, he would be here tonight and Johnny Haynes would have gone home. Matt Dennant, though, you've already had a little word for him. So consistent. And he showed that in the build-up to this, didn't he? Because he played in the Pro Tour at the weekend, averaged 103.5 against Joe Cullen. Wasn't able to win that one because the Pro Tour is a really tough school. But superb preparation for this.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one of them horrible scenarios where Cullen's had to win. Andy was just playing for pride. But, you know, in one way, it was horrible to watch, but it just shows the integrity of our tournament. But Matt, back to the qualifiers, Dennant, Stuart White and Johnny Haynes, in spells during that group, all 3 very, very good. Yeah,
and Stuart White, I touched on it in the highlights, 7 three-figure outshots over the course of the week, and at crucial times as well, weren't they?
Yeah, and it felt like the vast majority of them came in this Group B, and yeah, he's just steely, isn't he? He's rock solid. He seems unflappable, and he's gone under the radar the whole week, and he may go under the radar tonight. But I was asked a question on Facebook earlier. I put the final groups up tonight, and there was a lot of support for Stuart White and a lot of players that know him well and say, trust me, you've not seen the best of him. So if we do tonight, maybe him taking the 5K.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Let's have a look then how Group C ended up. 2 players qualifying via that Conan Whitehead. When you look at his stats, it could be deceiving because his finishing stats weren't what they could have been, but he's admitted himself he found it difficult to maintain the concentration level given the level of his opponents in Group C.
Yeah, he won 5 out of 5 on Thursday, and then yesterday, once he reached the point and we confirmed with him, yep, you're through, he just took his foot off the gas. And Conan's very much that type of player. He needs something to motivate him and generate that adrenaline. And once he'd qualified, he's openly said, I think he posted something on one of his social medias just apologising, but that's just the way he is as a player.
Yeah, and let's have a look then how the 2 groups are divvied up for tonight's action. Bradley Roos is in there with Neil Duff and Stuart White. I asked Neil Duff a little while ago how he felt being in that group with Bradley Roos. Of course, they had a Group A campaign together, Roos getting the better of Duff on 2 occasions in that group. That's our first fixture for you tonight as well. Duff said, that doesn't bother me one bit because I saw how nervous he was at times during that Group A campaign. He was, but he rectified it quite spectacularly in Group C. Yeah,
he did. We spoke about having that reset mentality, about going again and just a complete clear mind, and he achieved that. And credit to him, because that was not an easy group to come through in the end. But he's taken his place on debut. I think he's the one that looks the most vulnerable for me. Just because he does beat himself up a bit, but let's not forget he's only an 18-year-old lad, and he's in with 2 very experienced campaigners. Of course, Stuart White, a new name to us and probably to a lot of the viewers, but does have UK Open experience, including this year. Yeah, I'm not going to ask you what you were doing at 18 years of age, that's for sure. But let's have a look then at what the bookies think is going to happen tonight. No surprise to see Conan Whitehead the favourite to make it through. Of course, he has already claimed the £20,000 prize, previously having been the champion of champions. Do you think it'll be him that makes it through to another Champions Week? I mean, he is the obvious choice, because not only the way he played in spells here this week, but in recent weeks and months on the ADC Vault Series, he's been very dominant and producing some big numbers. We know it's really is. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it is all on the night. I mean, the value there at 4-1 may well be Matty Dennant.
Yeah, Conan, of course, bolstered by that Challenge Tour victory as well earlier this year. Let's have a look at Aces Acker then for tonight's action. Talk us through your treble for this evening, which returns over 5-1.
Yeah, I've gone for White to beat Bradley. I think that's a big price, and if Bradley loses his opening games, there may be a game, it may be a bit of negativity then taking on White, who seems to just feed off those kind of environment. And then Dennant against Haynes. Haynes to get at least 180 in the match. I can see that match going possibly all the way, so he should cover that comfortably. And then White versus Duff. Duff just to get at least 180 in the match. Again, I think it's a 6-7 legger. That pays 4-6. The treble plays 5.59 to 1.
And you've had quite a bit of success with Aces Acker already this week, so listen to what this man says.
That's that jinxed for tonight.
Absolutely. Right then, before we get the action underway, let's hear from both of the players up in action first. It's Neil Duff and Bradley Roos. Neil, qualified for finals night via Group A. Just talk us through that campaign.
Group A was... I didn't actually play that well. I think maybe Wednesday I played a lot better than I did. Monday I was basic, I was average, but I was still in the hunt. Tuesday I put my mark on it. I think all the group needed was someone just to take charge, and that's what I set out to do on Tuesday, and then Wednesday just sealed the deal.
And here in finals night, you've come so close to making it through to Champions Night. I'm sure you don't need me to remind you. How much does it mean to you to make it through?
I love making it through to Saturday night. I really do. It's becoming a bit of a trip hazard now. So it is. I'm starting to feel like it's just not going to come. But I've had 2 days off. Whether it was a blessing or not, I don't know. But I'll be out tonight and I'll give it my all.
How much did you practice during those 2 days off?
I practiced for about an hour and a half yesterday with Niall Coulton before he came in. More doubles and stuff like that there, like just to keep my hand in. But No, I've been quite lazy the last couple of days.
And Bradley Roos in your group tonight. You've played him 3 times already this week. How much does that play on your mind, the record you have? Of course, he beat you on Wednesday. Does that play on your mind at all?
No, no. What happens Monday to Friday is completely irrelevant to what happens on Saturday night. So now Saturday night's a new night. It's a finals night. There's members of the public in. We'll see who deals with it the best.
And to finally get your hands on that trophy, that is all you want, isn't it?
All I want is Champions Week. I want to be here for a Champions Week. I'm starting to feel like, yeah, Rob Owen was here so many times, but he actually picked up a few of them. I'm just keep coming back. But listen, I'll give it everything.
We've not quite started calling you a bad smell yet. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Bradley, through to finals night at the first time of asking. Sum up how you're feeling tonight.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, especially after the last 2 days. Made a bad start in Group A. Had a lot of nerves, to be fair, but I regret myself in Group C and played some good matches, and now I'm here in finals night.
Yeah, and talk us through, because when Henry Deacon interviewed you on Monday, you seemed very, very confident going into that Group A campaign. But you got quite disheartened, didn't you? You weren't happy with the darts you were playing in Group A.
No, I was like, when I came here, I was like practicing, and it was going really good. But when I was thrown on stage, I think I played Marvin first. And yeah, I was with him. I drove with him 2 years, and so it was like my roommate. So it is always hard to play those matches. But yeah, I changed a couple of times. I picked my reserve set, and now changed. I'm still in the same setup as the last 2 days. So yeah, we will see what happens tonight.
And you must have learned a lot about yourself over the past few days as well.
Yeah, I did. I learned that it doesn't matter what dart you throw, like which score. The same person has also 3 darts. So I played really without nerves the last 2 days, because yeah, I was used to the stage, so yeah, I'm really happy that I learned so a lot by myself.
Hopefully we'll see Group C Bradley in action tonight in finals night. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So the 4th meeting this week between Roos and WDF World Champion Duff, the 18-year-old Dutchman, leads the head-to-head 2-1. But how will this one unfold? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good evening, everyone. And for who will week 3 be full of glee here at the MODUS Super Series? 2 players in which April the 10th, 2022 is one of the best days of their career, because on that day, both of these players picked up Lakeside World crowns. Bradley Roos was crowned the boys champion, beating Charlie Large in the final, whilst this man on your screen, Neil Duff, conquered the darting world in the WDF region as he claimed that particular world championship title by beating Thibaut Tricol. Well, Neil Duff goes into this particular finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as the 7-2 second favourite, a player who's had his trial and tribulations when it's come to finals night. Chris Mason alongside myself in the commentary box. There just seems to be a little bit of a twinkle in his eye when it comes to tonight.
Yeah, and in fairness, in big sways and spells of Group A, he played some very tidy stuff. He took a while to sort of get up to full speed, but once he was there, he did play some decent stuff. And we were having a scan over that Group A a little earlier when we were doing some notes and just looking over some of his performances. Monday
100
started with an 86.07 and sort of just went missing for a couple of matches and started to fear the worst, but then bounced back with a 90.49, which was the highest average of the day. And then on Tuesday,
100.
He was a slightly different player. Opened up with a 92.52 win over his opponent here, Bradley Roos.
100.
And then defeated Marvin in a rather scrappy game. and then finished off with a
45.
90.09. And then Wednesday, the day he got the job done and topped the table, started with a 91.04, then an 86.5, an 88.46. And then ended the day with a defeat to Bradley Roos. So
45.
it's going to be fascinating to see how they both deal with the situation.
44.
Well, it's
Neil
been
York
a slow start
156.
for the pair, but it's Neil who's first to finish on 156, and he's going to have 6 from here to get this.
45.
I think because Neil, if you look at his success in sort of WDF, ranking tournaments, not necessarily the worlds, because that's,
25.
you have
Neil York
long gaps in
111.
terms of day breaks. But when he gets on deep runs in the floor tournaments, he's at his most vulnerable
71.
early on.
Bradley Iroquois,
And the worry
71.
about this format tonight is if you start slow, you're out.
Well, this format isn't too dissimilar from the Australian Open title, which he won in 2022, as Bradley
51.
Roos goes for tops.
Neil
Who's just
Iroquois,
below.
40.
Yeah, he was getting multiple matches and he sort of builds up. He builds up to his level.
Double 5 for 1-0 lead. Yeah, that tournament's broadcast on a streaming platform which is associated with Fox, one of the big broadcasters out in
Second leg,
Australia,
Bradley
and
to
it was a group stage format. I think they played all the
Imon.
group games, didn't they, in one day, and then they played the knockouts in the next day. And he went on to be victorious in that particular competition. There were some good players who played in that. The likes of,
96.
when they brought over, didn't they, other representatives like Jelle Klassen making the trip over and the like.
Yeah, he was invited over as the WDF number 1.
135.
Yeah, and what we have seen in the past from Duff on finals night is he's just not getting out the blocks quick enough in the
95.
opening match. Of course, this is new territory and a new environment for his opponent.
135. 60. 64.
Because effectively, Bradley, even though he knows he's got a couple of games, you have to treat this more like a knockout than it does during the week. And I think when you're new to it, the ones that do the best learn how to adapt to that again.
59.
Yeah, it's a switch in mindset,
167.
isn't it? That's what's the difficult part. You sort of go from being in
60.
cruise control to then forcing the issue, and of course that then is dependent on the type of throw. For someone like Bradley, that's got
60.
oh,
Neil
it's
York 107.
very much of the ilk of your Michael Smith and Luke Humphreys, that kind of relaxed, flowing action that
50.
as soon as you do try with
Bradley
it,
York
it will break down a bit.
131.
Tops, not to be on this occasion, and so Duff's back for 57 for
91.
a 2-0 lead.
Neil York
Neither player
57.
really settled in this one so far, but Neil Duff at the minute has been the one who's been, I was going to say, most able just to get himself through the motions. But tops, it's only going to be one in hand,
17.
and that's just above, and so Rose is back for one apiece.
Bradley York 40.
This has not been vintage, but on Saturday night, it is all
Game
about
shot
getting
was
that
on
opening
Bradley
rubber.
Roos.
It's one apiece in the opening game of the evening. Now, before the off, the bookmakers had Neil Duff as the 4 to
Third leg Neil
6 favourite
throw
to
first.
claim the
Imon.
opening 2 points of the night, and Bradley Rose as a outside 11 to 10 shot.
125. 100.
Get a look at the action of both players. You can see Neil Duff fairly upright.
125.
All about the rhythm for Neil Duff. A little bit of movement and
134.
he does that thing where I think Matt Edgar refers to it as the Spider-Man, where the hand completely opens and turns away from the target, and ideally on release you should be pointing. You can see the hand goes over to the right, look, and he's
60.
something to work on.
111.
You should effectively do if you're a beginner or a pro is on release is almost point at the target, keeps everything consistent
91.
and straight.
If you subscribe to our YouTube channel, we're going to do a couple of these types of masterclass things. So if you are tuning into us via your laptop or TV, don't forget before you log out tonight to hit that notification bell and hit the subscribe button. As Duff goes for double 10, 13 dart leg, much improved leg, that third from what we'd seen prior in this match.
Well, the match is just starting to
Fourth leg, Bradley
catch fire. It was a
first.
very edgy opening leg between the two, and then a 19 darter in leg 2 for Bradley with a hold of throw, and a 13 dart hold for Neil Duff. You'd be amazed even as a established pro that
100.
bad habits can creep into your game and they just become what feels like pretty natural.
45.
That's another great thing for these players, especially players like Bradley, who are very, very young, just 18 years of age. You will be able to watch all this back on YouTube and do his own
41.
analysis to see where he feels he's making some fundamental errors.
And also, not just a reference point for now, but
97.
think about maybe 5-10 years down the line. He's actually got a reference guide by playing here as to where his throw was 5 years ago, whether that be for better reasons or for worse reasons, where as his career moves forward.
Absolutely. Especially now, you can get all sorts of different angles looking at the release. You can see with Neil there, it's all very straight on release.
97.
Very pointy to the target he's aiming at. Or if we look at, we can come out far enough. Yeah, you can just see if you.
115.
Maybe if we get a shot
53.
totally of front on from this camera angle, we'll actually see how the rotation of the hand is not at the target.
35.
He finds a bounce at, and it's going to leave him on 170, and so that will open up the door for Duff here potentially.
59. Bradley, you require 100.
Maybe this is the moment that sparks this game into life.
Had one this week.
Against Neil.
Yep. Stole my line. Thanks.
What did they say about
36.
great minds, mate?
You require 150.
Yeah.
110.
Tees up tops perfectly.
Bradley require 130.
Trouble 18 here. Oh. He's trouble 19, trouble 19.
44. You require 40.
So, for the break, 3-1 Duff. And he's a leg away now from the opening points of the night, and he has the darts to do it here.
Fifth leg, Neil to
Like in the group
first.
matches, it's
Game on.
2 points for a win, and leg difference will play their part. We do get a scenario
59.
where the players are level on points and leg difference. It's a 9-dart shootout.
That'll be
43.
quite the proposition. Haven't seen it since week 12 of Series 1. Whatever happened there?
Still got the money.
100.
After an afternoon in Portsmouth, I'm surprised you have. Well, Neil Duff said in his interview before
60.
this one got underway that he didn't do too much by practice. He did a little bit to tick over. When you consider the fact that that Group A was so attritional, is that not a surprise? Because sometimes you can actually practice yourself into
97.
bad habits.
Yeah, and you can over practice, and you want to be fresh. You want to, on a day like this, you want to almost resist sort
98.
of practicing too early, so you're really sharp by the time you go through all your routines prior to your opening match. You can
60.
sometimes leave all your best stuff on the practice board. And again, that's something that you
100.
learn and understand as you get more experienced.
And Duff's experience is telling,
140.
because even though this game at times has been scrappy, he's been the one that's been able to find that odd two-treble visit or find something that could just claw his way in front in a leg.
97. Neil, you require 45.
And it may well see him pick up the first points of the group. It's going to be tops for Duff.
Game.
Tops
shot,
is
and a
found
match
for Neil Duff to
nailed.
claim a 4-1 victory against Bradley Rhodes in the opening game of our finals night session. The Duff man whose ambition is to pick up the trophy come the end of the evening. Well, he's on the first step of that particular road. He gets the better of Bradley Rhodes by 4 legs to 1.
So then it's Neil Duff who's got off to a winning start in Group 1, 4-1 success over Bradley Roos. It wasn't a classic, both got off to a cagey start there. You can see the stats, an average just north of 80 for Neil Duff in that one. Really cagey start from both players, wasn't it? Both taking a little while to settle, and settle is what Duff eventually did in leg 3, a 13-dart hold before a solid break in 19 to take control of the contest. 4 out of 10 on the outer ring in that one. Roos getting just the 2 darts at a double in that match, pinning one of them. Next up, our attention turns to Group 2. And before we get into this match between Matty Dennant and Johnny Haynes, who have, of course, played twice already this week, and they were comprehensive victories for Dennant on those occasions with averages in the high 90s. Let's hear from both players now. I caught up with them a little while ago. Matt, here at finals night, how do you feel your form is? Because coming here this week, we'd seen you on the Pro Tour playing Joe Cullen, a 103.5 average. You must have felt really confident coming here this week.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel good about my game, generally speaking. Obviously, with the amount of games that you play here, there's going to be ups and downs, and you just have to ride them out and just make sure you take advantage of them when things start going in your favour in certain situations. So.
And you mentioned the amount of games you play here, but overall, with the likes of the Challenge Tour as well, you're playing a lot of darts at the moment. You must feel confident with where your game is generally.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, everybody who's challenged tour, if you're in a decent position, you take the Pro Tour call-ups. Coming down here and playing in these, you're playing darts constantly, and it's almost competitive practice, isn't it? So you just keep going and keep pushing.
And what aspects of your game have you been best pleased with? Because we've seen plenty of 90-plus averages from you in Group B. What aspects have you been best pleased with this week?
To be fair, it's usually always my scoring. If there's any part that's going to let me down, it's usually my finishing in certain situations. So as long as I can tighten that up, I'm in with a shout.
And when you look at the players involved in the field tonight, you've got the likes of Conan Whitehead, who's been all the way, picked up the £20,000 prize on this stage. How much would you like to do exactly that?
That's why we all come down, isn't it? It's what we want to do, and obviously that's the aim of tonight, to try and be the one who lifts the trophy at the end.
Very best of luck.
Thank you.
Johnny, through to another finals night, but you were made to sweat it out last night, weren't you? How much do you love Andy Jenkins right now?
I'll buy him beer all night tonight if he's here. That's how much. Yeah, no, I really needed him to beat Niall.
And what was going through your mind watching that match last night, that final match in Group B against Niall Cullerton and, of course, Andy Jenkins? What was going through your mind during that?
When Niall had a shot at double 15 for the last to win it, I thought, here we go out again. And then he missed it. Then Jenkins went 19 tops.
And Group B was quite a strange one because you must have felt that you'd played well enough to get yourself more points than you had on the opening night and last night. You must feel that you're in very good form.
Yeah, I'm playing all right. I'm playing all right at the moment. I say Stuart hit the big finishes against me. I missed targets at the tops. He hit the 1-4-5-4, then he hit the 1-4-2. But that's the way it goes in darts.
And if you were to be slightly critical, is there any aspect of your game you feel needs to be better tonight?
Just the doubles, I think, because a few of the doubles I missed cost me big time.
And of course, a winner here back in January. You've made the finals nights since then as well. How much would it mean to you to get another crack at Champions Week?
It'd be brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Very best of luck tonight, Johnny. We wish you well.
Cheers. Ta.
So then, game 2 of our session sees Johnny Haynes in action up against Matt Dennett. Well, we saw these two up against each other in Group B over the course of Thursday and Friday night, respectively. Johnny Haynes, as he mentioned in that interview, was hanging on by his coattails, had to rely on that final result last night, and Andy Jenkins getting the better of Niall Cullerton in the last leg decider meant that it was going to be him that was going to be in to the finals. As for Matt Dennett, the 31-year-old from Warsaw, he's been here before to finals night at the Super Series, but maybe the next step on his journey is to make it into Champions Week, somewhere Johnny Haynes has been in Series 2.
The players tonight not just looking for the £5,000, but looking for promotion into that Champions Week. And congratulations to Luton. Top flight football to non-league football and back to top flight football. What a story. You being a football man, you must
Matt
find
to
that quite
throw first.
incredible.
Game on.
Either way, it was going to be a fantastic story, whether it was Coventry or Luton. Coventry having to be kicked out of their ground twice, having the ground shared twice. But Luton have become the first team in history to go from non-league to the Premier League since, of course, it being rebranded in 1992. And there is a player that played for Luton back in that 13-14 Conference National
60.
Promotion winning side who will be playing Premier League football next season. Such an incredible story.
Wow.
46.
Who's going to get promoted tonight? Maybe one of these two.
That'd be as mad as a hatter.
45.
As Abby said, these two
140.
met in that highly contested Group B over Thursday and Friday evening. You
140.
didn't join us for that. Why not? You missed out. But on the
45.
Thursday, these two clashed. It's a stunning performance from Matty Dennett, winning 4-1 with a
140.
98 average,
Metric
couple of 180s, 4 out of
170.
9 on the doubles, a ton plus finish. And
60.
almost as
Johnny
good a
Uruguay,
performance
116.
last night, winning 4-2 with a 95 5-8, 3 180s, better finishing, in fact. 4 out of 7.
60.
A high finish of 86.
Match require 110.
We'll have plenty of confidence going into this tie.
80. Johnny require 56.
As we know from experience, every day is different in darts.
Game shot in the first leg, Johnny
No
Haynes.
such thing as 2 days being the same. And when you've got a player like Johnny Haynes, you know that he can at any moment find something
Second leg, Johnny
explosive.
to
He can
throw first.
come out from the pack
Game
and
on.
do something special. Breaks a throw, 17 darter in the first leg to take the opener against Dennant, who had 1 dart at double
85.
15 to get it won himself.
$30.
Johnny, one of those players that just has this sheer infectious love for the sport. He plays it just for the sheer love of it.
Yeah, and always has
81.
done. I've known Johnny Haynes as long as I can remember, and always supports local
77.
knockouts and will travel miles and miles with the big group of lads, and they just love it. They treat it as a day out,
55.
and often one of that travelling group takes the spoils.
60.
Johnny Haynes is one of those everywhere has one of them type players. There is a player like Johnny Haynes in every single region
90.
in the UK.
Which is why the introduction of the ADC has become so popular. It's given these type of
85.
players an outlet that has not been there.
And we're only seeing that grow, and we'll be telling you more about who's going to be in next week's lineup as the evening goes on.
90.
And there's going to be a mixture of names from ADC Europe, but also some ADC qualifiers that have won their way through the Vault Series, and that's going to be a case throughout the course of
96.
Series
Johnny
4.
require 100.
We've got the current WDF World Champion. We've got a former WDF champion in action next week.
Game shot on the second leg, Johnny Haynes.
Johnny Haynes taking out the ton. Backing up the break
Third
with
leg,
a
Matt
hold.
to throw first.
2-0
Game
lead,
on.
17 and 18 the legs that he needed to open up that advantage, and it's been an uncharacteristically sluggish start for Matt Denon, who over the course of his 2 days in Group B was perhaps the most consistent performer that we've seen over the course of the week. In fact, his lowest average in the group was 82.93 in a 4-2 defeat to Niall Cullerton. That was how consistently good he was.
93.
Literally a real simple throw for Johnny Haynes, which is why I suppose you could
81.
use the term longevity. Just literally a little push, pulls it back, throws it out. Very similar, in fact.
101.
Slightly different grip.
$85. Match
A lot
require
more
167.
action going on in the hand. Where with Matty, the dart is set and it stays set. The wrist is locked.
92.
Not much has changed with the Johnny Haynes equipment. It's pretty much the same dart, barrel, flights that he's used for pretty much the last 30 years.
75.
So 1 dart at tops of Denon to
Game
bring it
shot
back
the
to
third
2-1.
leg, Denon.
15 darter.
Best leg of the match. That will
Fourth
settle
leg,
any
Johnny to throw first.
early nerves.
Game on.
Did have a dart in that opening leg, didn't he? On the
100.
115 at the 110 at double 15.
96.
I don't know about you, but I'm just getting the sense that we said before this got underway, this is quite an evenly weighted, evenly matched finals night field, and maybe we're
100.
seeing a few nerves as a consequence of that because they're all sensing a potential opportunity and an opening.
Absolutely bang on the money.
140.
They will all fancy taking home the trophy tonight. and that will add some pressure. It's more expectation
100.
than anxiety.
$96.
Do you want to say it or shall I?
140.
Well, maybe the level of expectation is why we
133.
yet to see a
Johnny
max.
O'Hara, 61.
Get to hear the beautifully dulcet tones of Danny McNamara call out the 180. So, one dart at Totsa Haynes
41.
drags just underneath, but
Measure
Denon,
wire
who had a 15 in the
36.
last, is looking for a 13 in this to level up at 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That was the first
left
dart,
ends.
a double. Johnny Haynes has missed, and it's been a costly miss. Because it's exactly
Fifth leg, Matt to
what
throw
you said,
first.
Henry.
Game
13
on.
dart, break back, and we're back on throw. They're averaging in the 70s
51.
in the opening two legs. Matty Dennant's average now approaching 90.
We just felt that Johnny Haynes had to take full advantage of that dry spell from Dennant, but he kicks off the fifth with a max against the
180.
darts because you just knew he was going to kick into life at some point.
Well, I mentioned there hadn't been one. We get two.
180.
What is it they say about buses?
55.
I'd be careful saying if they're like buses because they might be on strike this week.
85.
Definitely couldn't say it was like trains. As you experienced all too well yourself last week.
Yeah.
100.
Actually, I can see the benefit of using the train, but not when it's just so unreliable.
65.
It just makes travelling so frustrating. And then I'll fire up one of the many beasts and
60. Metro
Drive.
Bar 120.
Although I would make the argument, at least it gives you a lot of time to prep for the event that you're covering on the train. Tots for Dennant for 3-2.
100.
yeah,
Johnny
I can
O'Hara 106.
plan a train journey that should take an hour and a half, and I get 5 hours prep work. Dead handy.
Bullseye for Haynes.
81.
That could have been a big dart in this game.
Metro
Well, it
Bar
was
20.
a great recovery when he took out the ton in leg 2.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Matt
But another
Dennant.
solid leg from Dennant. A 16 dart hold and 3 on the spin. Trailed 2-0.
Sixth leg.
He's
Johnny
climbed
to
his
throw
average
first.
from a base
Game
of
on.
around 75 to 90.47 now.
Johnny Haynes, solid 91.09.
58. 85. 60.
Matty Dennant with an opportunity to really take control of
93.
leg and match. Almost stolen the darts. Just one dart in front. That's that sorted.
136. 44.
Surely King's Head will have all the action here. That's the pub that Matt's dad owns.
Yeah, Morsel. West Midlands.
95.
Big
96.
pub
Johnny
and
O'Hara
pool.
152. $120.
Well, he will be back for a level game because Dennant's back on 183, but he has that insurance policy of
55. Johnny
having the
O'Hara,
darts in the
32.
decider.
And the
Game
decider
number 6
is where
leg,
we're going to
Johnny
head
Haynes.
because Johnny Haynes pins that double 16 with dart number 16, and we're going to go all the way to leg 7 for the first time tonight.
7th and final
It's
leg
going to be
Matt
Denon
to
with the
throw
darts in the
first.
decider, and already
Game on.
this is a crucial game. Mind it, Johnny Haynes is going to play the next game in this group. Matt Dennett will wait and await his fate no matter what happens here when he takes on Conan
80.
Whitehead in the final game of the group.
Yeah, even before the off, we both felt this game had
140.
the potential to go deep with that added pressure.
140.
Then, very, very enjoyable back and forth.
Been a match that swung one way, then
60.
t'other. Been a bit of a swings and roundabouts kind of game. But where will the pendulum swing right at the very end?
100.
At the moment, advantage Denon, 120 points the lead. Minus these, of course.
81.
So he's got 6 at 181.
And he's going to make severe inroads as well. Massive inroads.
140.
Leaving himself on 41 after 12 in the decider.
5 on 40s and 5 scores between a ton and 139. But what a great visit.
180.
The max to leave
41.
tops. But it's double 16 for the spoils.
Game, shot.
And he
a
takes the
match,
spoils with a
Matt
wonderful 15 dart leg in the decider and denies Johnny Haynes, who averaged 94.29, hit 2 180s and 4 140s, 50% on his doubles, but the doubling is where Denon got it done. 4 from 7, 57.14%. When we come back, we return to Group 1. Bradley Roos takes on Stuart White.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matty Dennant has just come through in a decider to get the better of Johnny Haynes. It was an uncharacteristically slow start from Dennant in that one, but did end up with an average just shy of 90. As you can see, it was Haynes who averaged the higher of the two, 50% checkout success for Haynes in that one, but it was the 4 out of 7 on the outer ring that got Dennant over the line. He averaged over 90 in 5 of his 8 Group B games on Thursday and Friday, and he's off to a positive start to this evening's proceedings. Now, I have already mentioned that we have 2 players already through to Champions Week. Danny Lauby and Reece Robinson are already there. Before we get back into Group 1 action, let's remind you of how Reece Robinson got the £5,000 prize last weekend.
The crowd don't agree with it because the crowd are all on the side of Chaz Barstow. We're right in his hometown.
Chaz to throw first. Game on.
A home county before he upset any Portsmouth people there.
On a night like tonight, surely there are more twists and turns.
85.
Surely it just doesn't end 4-1 a conventional win. There is more drama to come, surely.
Yeah, from the opening salve on Monday morning when Robert Thornton fought back from 3, and it's just been a really topsy-turvy seesaw battles. It's been a great week. So ultra competitive, massive scoring, high finishing, the big fish. We're seeing everything here.
Yeah, and plenty of those 180s as well. Many of them coming from this man. And there's another one. And there's a celebration. He's enjoying it. He thinks this is a victory parade, but the job's not done yet, Reece.
Stay focused, Reece. For Chaz, was he affected by that celebration?
29.
Maybe I know nothing and Reece knows something.
Or maybe the celebration, or maybe just the fact that he had a 180 hit straight back at him.
125.
That must hurt, Glenn, when you hit a maximum and your opponent answers in kind.
Someone said it's like a box. If they hit you with a left, hit them with a right.
Well, it could be.
100.
Sugar Reece Robinson,
Reece require 100.
who was about to land the knockout blow. Another. The double 12.
126.
Barstow on the canvas. Can he get up?
107.
Will he go the same route? It looks like he's staying upstairs for treble 17.
47.
All up to the Humber man.
Reece require 12.
Double 6 to finish a job. And down for double 3. And Reece Robinson reigns on week 2 at MODUS Super Series 4. A fabulous final, plenty of drama all night, but Robinson put on a show in the decider. A 4-1 win over Chaz Barstow.
Bradley Roos and Stuart White next up. White victorious in all 3 of their Group A meetings earlier this week. It's a match Roos has to win, having gone down 4-1 to Duff a little while ago. Before we get into this match, let's hear from debutant and ADC qualifier White now. I spoke to him a little while ago. Stuart, here on debut, you've made it through to finals night. Just sum up how you feel you've performed this week.
I think my darts have been okay. Finishing's been really good. There's still a lot more to my game, so...
Yeah, you mentioned the finishing. 7-ton-plus checkouts so far this week. Some really crucial ones as well. That has been a strength. What aspects of your game, though, if you were to be critical, do you feel need to improve tonight?
My scoring and my consistency in the scoring, really.
And when you've come here, of course, you are on debut. Did you find it a little bit difficult to get used to the surroundings initially, or are you used to playing in this sort of setup?
The first day, I thought a little bit of pressure, but I'm used to playing on a stage with county and other tournaments I've been in. And
for you, how much pressure are you putting on yourself tonight to go on and win that £5,000 prize?
I've got no pressure at all. I'm just coming to enjoy it.
And when you look at the field, the likes of Conan Whitehead, Matty Dennant in there as well, you must feel that you are playing well enough to compete with anyone in this field.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think I can win it.
Very best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Stuart White looking ahead to his game against Bradley Roos this evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's his first game of the evening. As for Bradley, well, he's got to win to keep any hopes of being in this competition. He'll then have to sit in the practice room and watch Stuart and Neil face off in the final game of this particular group. A win for White, and that's going to be basically a jostle for position going into the semi-finals.
Yeah, win for White, and he takes Duff with him, of course, into the semi-finals. As always, if you are wondering what's been going on at the Euro Tour this evening over in Germany, Joe Cullen getting a win over Josh Payne 6-5. Gezi Price beating Ricky Evans 6-2. Humphries edging out Doby 6-5. Aspinall with a ton plus topping average, beating De Souza 6-3. And Barney defeating Gilding 6-0.
Throw first. Game on.
Now, we do like having a look at the odds, don't we, Mason? Before the off, we were having a look at the odds of this one. Bradley Rose goes off a 8-15 favourite and Stuart White at 11-8.
Yeah, and I don't know what metrics they're using
98.
or where on earth they've come up with that, because they played 3 times, and that's a big enough sample for me. It's not just a one-off game. They've played 3 matches on 3 different days.
3.
And White won them all. And at the moment,
96.
his single dart average is 1. But one thing we have certainly
43.
learned from Stuart White, he is unflappable. You'll probably see
60.
Bradley here miss a couple of darts at a double and take out 158 or something, because his ton plus finishing this week has been outstanding.
22.
But he's looking for the first time really since his opening match on Monday, where he threw his debut darts, as nervous as I've seen him in his debut match was against Neil Duff, and he was defeated 4-3, missed 17
60.
darts at a double
Bradley
in that one, averaged 80.
151.
Sheer pressure of the situation.
Well, it's
100.
uncharted territory in this environment. Of course, he's played in big pressure environments in the UK
23.
Open,
Bradley
county, etc.
51.
At the moment, he is literally all over the place.
Game shot of the first leg.
It's all at sea,
Rose.
and Bradley takes full advantage to lead 1-0. Probably the easiest 17-dart leg that he's probably going to come up against in a
Second leg,
long
Stuart
time.
to throw first. Game on.
If he'd have hit a max there, he
121.
would have scored more in that one visit than he did in the entirety of leg 1. Actually
100.
managed to only score 151 points, but no more services resumed.
140.
Welcome back, Stuart.
Now, I don't know what our cameras were showing in between legs, but I think that the Stuart White imposter has been dragged out the building and the real Stuart White has turned up.
43.
Yeah, that was just a lookalike.
100.
Yeah, I won't recommend to the bosses doppelganger week.
Could be a long week, that.
Might be 2 weeks.
45. Stuart Require 140.
Well, this has been Prime Stuart White this week, taking out big finishes at clutch times. Even though he hasn't got the pressure in this particular leg with Bradley back on 3-1-3, this has kind of been his mantra from Thursday onwards. We saw in a couple of, well, one game each night where he'd take out a pair of big blockbuster 140-plus finishes. And he's on for a potential 13 darter if he can find double 10 first time of asking.
20.
And what a difference a leg can make.
Game shot on the second leg, Stuart White.
Well, that is quite the something, isn't it? After the struggles in the first leg, he finds a 13 darter in response. And Stuart
Bradley
White
to
levels
throw
proceedings up
first.
here against Bradley Rose. It's
Game on.
1 apiece.
$140.
Incredibly, on Monday, just had the 1 ton plus finish, but you give him the benefit of the doubt on
100.
your opening day. Took a ton out on Tuesday.
60.
And then Wednesday, as he just started to find his feet.
100.
He had a 136 out.
97.
Thursday night, start of Group B. Yeah, finishes of 70, 142,
48.
154, 81. And then last night, finishes of 147, 148, 78, 0 and 4.
Well, you're going to have one blot, haven't you,
43.
somewhere along the line?
Bradley required 24.
Well, to pay the favour.
Game
2 13 dart legs.
Bradley Roos.
1 for Stuart, 1 for Bradley. And, well, there's a man who's taken the more relaxed approach to
Fourth leg, Stewart
taking
to
on the night's
throw
proceedings.
first.
Conan
Game
Whitehead
on.
next up against Johnny Haynes and enjoying the game in the crowd.
Yeah, that's very much how
134.
treats the game. Very laid back.
It served its purpose. He won the first series of the Super Series, so
46.
I'm sure the 20 grand that came into his bank account wasn't
80. $140.
his first max. It's just another 140. And to be honest, when you consider where he was at the first leg, to drag it up to where it is has been quite impressive. He's looking for, well, his second 147. I know White has a proficiency at 147s, but I thought that was a different sport. He might do it again.
Well, this match may be one of those where
72.
you can caption, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It's one of those where people like
100.
us sat in commentary boxes are meant to make sense
75.
about. There's no sense you can make about this.
$35. Bradley require
It's the big number there, so I had to go across for the 14, and so Bradley won 19 for 3-1. Starts down on the 19s. Treble leaves tops. And it is 3-1 to Bradley Roos.
Yeah, just 28 darts used to win back-to-back legs for Bradley. And this is not the start.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw
I should
first.
imagine
Game on.
Stuart expected. Never mind myself and Henry here. We thought they got it absolutely, totally wrong. I mean, he did fade in the back end of the two evenings of Group B. And we just put that down to a bit of fatigue. He really is struggling.
41.
What's it they say about you never meet a poor bookie?
And that's why. Even when they get it wrong, they get it right. I should imagine it won't be just in us who
58.
thought the price was wrong.
I'm about to say something which you won't like me saying. Not for the first time this week.
42.
But if Bradley...
It's not the tennis ball thing again, is it?
That's been consigned to the bin. But if Bradley wins his 4-1, we're still on for a 9-dart shootout in this group.
Oh, yeah. Oh, don't worry, I like watching them. I just don't like playing in them.
I don't know. It looked like you enjoyed playing it when you did.
45.
Undefeated record in that. Went on to win every single tournament you've played a 9-dart shootout in.
137. $93.
So for the match, for the spoils, for a 4-1 win. And he's got 6 on 108, Bradley Woos. May only need the 3. 1 dart in his hand, a double 16 to win it with a topper. And so it means that we're going to go all the way to the final game of the Group 2 to decide who is going to go through in Group 1. Because Bradley Woos, following his 2 matches, has got 1 win, 1 defeat by the scoreline of 4-1. Next up, the former champ Conan Whitehead against Johnny Haynes.
Well, Bradley Roos has kept things incredibly interesting in Group 1 tonight, hasn't he? A 4-1 success for him over Stuart White. We were speaking about Stuart White's chances prior to him getting into action tonight, but he just did not get going, did he? As for Bradley Roos, having lost all 3 matches to White in Group A, well, he performed like he did in Group C in that match. As you can see, an average just shy of 97. A superb 119 out on tops to complete a 15 and move within one of the match, followed with a 108 also to complete a 15 dart leg. As you can see, 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. Next up for us this evening, we've got Conan Whitehead. Of course, in October of last year, became the champion of champions and scooped the £20,000 first prize on that stage behind me. Let's remind ourselves, shall we, just how that happened.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44
for cool?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, the former champion here at the Super Series, back in action tonight, looking to become the first player to win this title on 2 occasions. He takes on Johnny Haynes in his first assignment for the evening, and it's must-win territory for Johnny Haynes, because if he loses here to the Barbarian, well, Conan and Dennant will be battling it out in the final game just to see who is going to be placed where in the group. So Johnny Haynes needs to pick up a victory. It's a must-win for him as far as his campaign is concerned. Otherwise, it's going to be a very early night for the punk.
Well, if Johnny can replicate his levels that he produced against Matty Dennant, then Conan may have his hands full here, because Johnny was defeated 4-3, but averaged 94.29, 50% on the doubles, did a couple of 180s and ton finish.
First leg, Johnny to throw first. Game
and
on.
Of course, a massive advantage having had one game.
95.
Has the darts in this one.
Yeah, Haynes kind of outdone by a real good mid-match flurry from Matt Dennant.
We were going to talk about that, because after being 2-0 down over the course of the next 5 legs, Dennant averaging
100
in excess of a ton, winning legs of 15, 13, 16 and 15.
60.
And he went completely missing in the opening 2 legs. Did have a dart at double 15 on 110, but that was the only thing really to talk about in the opening 2 legs of the match. And in fact, he was averaging just over 70 at that point.
It's been a night really full of slow starts. They've picked up and got okay as it's gone on, but there's been a little bit of sluggishness from everybody getting out of the starters' gates.
Well, maybe not necessarily
60
sluggish in terms of preparation, but I think you touched on something very important. There is that expectation, because everyone in this group will be thinking, well, I think I could win this. No one has played at a level that someone else hasn't at some stage during the week.
41. Conan, you require 69.
And we mentioned it on day 3. It's been the kind of week where one thing's led to another. At times, we've not seen players play their best, but they get over the line. And sometimes you can expect a little bit too much from yourself, as Whitehead nails that double 18 to lead 1-0 and accrue that breaker throw on Johnny Haynes. 15 darter to start.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
And then you just wonder how much as the night goes on, Conan's experience of winning on that stage, of knowing what it's like to get over the line on a Saturday evening.
100.
And both times he's won on a Saturday night, he's had to come through tough fields. When he won in qualification for Series 1 Champions Week, he had the likes of Andy Hamilton, Ryan Finesse
46.
stood in his way of potential progression and potential glory. And then, of course, we've mentioned it a few times this week, when he actually won the title at Champions Week, 3 of
22.
the other 6 players in the field have now gone on to win PDC Tour cards. Not just that, actually played in Sindelfingen this weekend on the European Tour.
140.
All credit to them. Josh Payne only being edged out tonight, 6-5.
We were mentioning a little bit off air. Now he's really
100.
found his feet on the Pro Tour after coming back into the system at the beginning of the year. I think the next few months could be quite fruitful for Josh if he carries on the upwards trajectory that
60.
he's on. And he's the perfect example for a player in this competition in terms of when he dropped off the tour at the end of 2021, he used this as his
60.
springboard, his match practice, his way to get back onto the main tour, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, he used it as a rebuilding process. Yeah, they're both in.
139. Si 72. Johnny Roar 116. 52. Conan Roar 147.
I've already seen the 147 plotted once this week by Stuart White. Is Conan Whitehead going to join the club? Double 18.
111. Johnny Roar 64.
He loves double 18.
Haynes loves tops.
James on the
He
second
finds
leg, Johnny
tops
Haynes.
to break back one apiece.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
He's the type of player that when his back's up against the wall, you'll see him come back out swinging. One of those that will give it absolutely everything
100.
up until that final dart, no matter what the scenario, no matter what the situation.
Johnny Haynes is just
100.
tough to beat. Just sticks around. And then, as you mentioned, goes on these just spells.
140.
Oh, we're about to see one here.
$180.
Or maybe the champ is trying to go through the gears, averaging 95.85. Really, really impressive. Up until the point that qualification
60.
was secured, and he openly said himself, things just dropped off after that because that intensity naturally wasn't quite there for his final couple of games.
100.
Yeah, he just took his foot off the gas. It's just the way he is.
140. Conan Roar 121.
17. Bullseye for 12 darter and for a
James on the
third
third
consecutive
leg,
break.
Conan Whitehead.
And Johnny Haynes was nodding his head in the background. He expected it to go. And Whitehead duly obliges to lead 2-1. A 12-dart leg, an average of 97.8. And this so far is the standout performance of anyone in this finals night up to press.
Well, the only dart he's missed at the double
60.
was the one at double 18 on the back of 147.
And we'll let him off that.
60.
I think there was a lot of people coming into tonight that had lofty expectations when it
60.
came to the chances of Conan Whitehead. So did the bookmakers. They had him as the 12-5 favourite to go on and lift the trophy. Come around about 11:30 this evening.
45.
The 11-8 favourite, of course, to win Group C, and he won it at a bit of a canter in the end.
Yeah, it became very apparent very quickly that he was the standout player amongst that pool.
$140. 100.
Just a reminder of the situation. Defeat for Johnny Haynes and he will be eliminated from the competition. It means the final game of Group 2 between Conan Whitehead and Matt Dennant would be a game that would decide who's going to be placed where when it comes to the semi-finals. All scenarios are on the table when it comes to Stuart White against Neil Duff next.
Yeah, winner of Group 1 plays the
140.
runner-up of Group 2 in our first semi-final. And the runner-up in Group 1 plays the winner of Group 2 in our second semi-final.
145. Calling your require 115.
Only missing the ball for the fish, Johnny Haynes.
Game shot of the fourth leg.
No mistake for Conan on the 115, though. 3-1 lead, and the former champ is looking good.
The finishing has been exceptional.
Fifth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Finishes of 69 in leg 1. Missed double 18 for the 147 in leg 2. Took out a 1-2-1 in leg 3 and a 1-1-5 in leg 4. Is he the first player this evening
60
to put down a bit of a marker, making some statement here?
So for Johnny Haynes, the scenario is quite simple. He has to win every single leg to keep himself alive. If he does that, you know what I'm going to say. There's a possibility of 9 dart shootouts in both of our groups this evening.
100.
We could have double 9 dart shootout territory today. Could you imagine? Should we just put them all on stage and just say, do you know what, the 4 best scores go through to the semis? And if we're really struggling, closest to the bull.
140.
Our version of the penalty shootout, which, if you're a Luton Town fan watching this evening, which I can imagine you're probably in an interesting state right now,
60.
You'll be quite happy to have heard about.
$128.
Well,
Johnny, you require 141.
Fantasy Island stuff, Henry, because Johnny Haynes doesn't take this out. And Conan, well, he doesn't look likely to miss anything in terms of finishing
Johnny,
at the moment.
73.
3 out of 4 on the doubles. Gonna go 57 for double 8.
One dart at Tots to get the job done, but he has missed a dart for the match, and so gives Johnny Haynes a reprieve.
44.
Bit of Motown here, full tops. Oh, what a clutch double 10 that was to keep his hopes alive. 1 match dart for Conan Whitehead.
6 leg Conan to throw first. Game on.
Is that something that we're going to be looking back on very shortly? Or is it just going to be academic in the outcome of this particular match as Whitehead kicks off 140, just shrugging off that missed dart at Tops to win?
50.
And has got acres of space in terms of an advantage in this leg.
140.
He's looked so comfortable on that stage throughout the course of the week.
140.
A popular player, a popular character, a popular winner when he picked up the 20 grand back in October. And he may well, if he carries on playing like this, be putting himself in a position to be doing it all over again, averaging 98.24 and potentially an 11 dart leg to get it done.
So nice. He wants to do it twice. He's not going to get it done here, but we'll be back. 3 in hand at tops to finish off a blistering and statement-making performance.
59. Conan, you require 32.
To lay down a marker to the rest of the field. Conan Whitehead, the former champion, playing the sort of darts of a champion to dispose of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2 to eliminate Johnny Haynes from contention this evening. But as far as contenders are concerned, it feels like look no further than Conan the Barbarian this evening. A 4-2 success, a fantastic performance, and look how pleased he is. Coming up next, Stuart White up against Neil Duff.
So Conan Whitehead is through to the semi-finals with a game to spare. And what a fantastic showing it was on the outer ring. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. And with that victory, he has eliminated Johnny Haynes. He will be going through to the semi-finals with Matty Dennant. Of course, they've still got their group game to play in a little while. Conan Whitehead, of course, the former champion of champions, took out a fantastic 1-2-1 to complete a 12-dart leg, the best we have seen so far tonight. He backed that up with another 3-figure outshot. And before we get back to Group 1, let's hear what he's had to say in the build-up to tonight's action. He's been talking to our very own Henry Deacon.
Well, we talk about breakfast of champions. It's breakfast with the champion, Conan Whitehead. It's been quite a whirlwind few months for you, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just back enjoying my darts again now. So since I've won it, I've been doing quite well. So crack on now.
How's your life on and off the board changed since winning the Super Series?
On it's probably got better. I've got a bit more confidence in my game. I've changed my darts now, so I'm with a whole new setup, with a new company. And off the board, I mean, just really enjoying spending time with my daughter. Just a bit of time at home, and that's what MODUS has given me, to be honest.
And you spoke about when you won that tournament back in October, how important family was to you, how much it actually helped you find that love of the game again. How important have they been in your journey?
What, my family? Well, massively. I mean, since the daughter's come along, we spent the first 2 months of her life in the hospital, and I was actually planning this, I think it was 2 weeks after she come out. So luckily enough, I was able to come and play. If she was still in the hospital, I wouldn't have been able to make it. So good timing on her part, and I suppose good timing on my part.
Is she your inspiration?
She is now, yeah. definitely. It's given me a bit more hunger for the game.
As for the game itself, since winning the Super Series, it's been a little bit of a whirlwind since, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's been some ups and some downs. I mean, Q-School alone was a massive down. Obviously, I've just won the Challenge Tour, been right back to the Pro Tour, so we're going to just crack on from now.
Q-School, we know obviously there was a lot that happened that day. There was a situation where if you didn't play the last day, you would have won a tour card. If you played the last day, obviously you played the last day and you just missed out. When you found out that situation, what was your initial reactions?
I didn't regret turning up because as a dart player, you back yourself anyway. So it's hard to say. I mean, if I'd have known, then I probably still would have turned up because I fancy myself to get through. But I was just unlucky in the end of the day and unfortunate. But we're over that now, so we'll just move forward. There's no point looking back on it.
Did it take a little bit of time to regroup, or was it a case of just getting straight back to it?
I didn't really have much time because the Challenge Tour was quite short after that. So, I mean, after a couple of days, I sort of got over it, back on the practice board and start again.
And Challenge Tour has been quite fruitful for you this year, hasn't it?
It started off very slow, but now it's picking up now, getting a bit more confidence or so with my new darts. And, yeah, just getting better and better.
And obviously, because of your exploits on the Challenge Tour, last weekend, back on the Pro Tour, back where somewhere you feel like you belong?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I enjoyed it. I was nervous. This is the first one back, I think, since 2020, I think. This was my last one at the Pro Tour. So we had some tough games. Drew Dirkman diving my first game, then lost that one. The next day I drew Mensa Sulovic on the stream, managed to beat him, and then lost to David Hetter, who made the semis that day. So, all in all, it was a good experience.
What was that like walking back through those doors after a little while?
Oh, it was nice. See a lot of old friends. It was nice for that. I mean, that's the first day was sort of just getting back used to the atmosphere, and I was settled the second day, ready to play.
How much does experiences like this here at the Super Series, how much does that help players who, via the Challenge Tour, get that caught up onto the Pro Tour?
It definitely helps, because if there wasn't something like this, like MODUS Super Series, you wouldn't have that experience in between to be ready for anything like the Pro Tour. I mean, this is the next. I'd say this is probably the next level up from Challenge Tour now, not down. So this is all stage experience and what have you. So yeah, it definitely helps a long way towards the Pro Tour.
Has it helped you as well deal with the TV cameras, the lights, things like that as well?
They've never really bothered me, to be honest. They just pretend they're not there. At the end of the day, you're just there to play a game of darts. So. I mean, yeah, it probably does help a little bit, but honestly, when you're concentrating in the zone, you don't notice them anyway. So,
after you won that title, had the goalpost shifted for you a little bit in terms of what your expectations are in other competitions, other tournaments? And have you felt, because you've won the Super Series, that when you play in games, there's a bit more of a target in the back, a bit more pressure because you've won that title, and maybe that comes with a little bit of a...
No, not really. I mean, I'm pretty level-headed anyway, so... Like I said, it's just a game of darts at the end of the day. So I got lucky that week, I'd imagine, but there's some times I should have gone out, but I didn't. Persevered. And the thing is, I will never stop fighting. I'll be there till the end, and that's me.
How many times has Chris Mason brought up that 1-3-2?
Oh, every time I see it. We was literally talking about it earlier on that day, about moving across and not being able to see the bullseye. And then, lo and behold, he done it against me in the Champions League.
Treble 19, but the bullseye will be blocked if he gets the treble. The bullseye, this would be dart of the night if this goes in.
Thinking about which way he wants to go, shaking his head already, going, I don't really have a good view of this.
But then you were the ultimate winner in the end, though.
Yeah. He doesn't mention that very often.
Just once or twice. Well, how many times have you watched that moment back?
I've watched it a few times.
Do you watch it again?
Why not? Let's have a look. Good.
Right, so here we go. Here's that moment again.
Ready to go.
Is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1.
I do remember that dart very, very well.
He just had 2.
I remember that. I was just praying for it to go in because I blocked it with the first dart. I remember moving over, I might as well just shut my eyes and throw that last dart. But yeah, it went in, and to the end of it, I think I might have had another couple of darts at it, but we never know.
And obviously we know what Graham's pedigree is like in competitions, especially at the Super Series. So does it add something a little bit more special, you're beating a player of his calibre and the field that you had to beat 3 of them in our tour card holders?
Well, I mean, I'm good friends with Graham, and he's a class player. He always has been. He's scoring so heavy, but then so's mine. So I knew if I could stay with him, I'd give myself plenty of chances. To win 4-0 was very unexpected. Just had a close battle with Dale Pilgrim the game before, I think, like a 180 to leave a finish, and he missed. I went out just straight through that one. But that game there, 4-0, was unreal because I wasn't expecting that against Graham.
Proudest moment of your career?
Probably that is probably the proudest moment of my career, definitely.
Moving forward, where's the next challenges, the next aims for Conan Whitehead?
It depends how far you want to look. I mean, my next aim is obviously Pro Tour Q-School, but Q-School then Pro Tour. But until then, I want to win another Champions League.
And do you feel like you've got that in the locker again? Do you feel like the game's close to where it was when you did win it back in October?
I think it's getting better, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, other than an unlucky run, I mean, hopefully, obviously, I'll make this weekend and then go from there, win it, and then get Champions League out of the way. And that, well, I don't know on the timing, but that may be the last one until Q-School. I don't know if there's another one after that, but hopefully I might win a couple in a row. You never know.
I like that. A man with confidence, a former champion, Conan Whitehead, and he's looking for more.
So next up, our final Group 1 match between Neil Duff and Stuart White. White needs a 4-0 win to go through. If he is to get what he needs, it would mean he goes through alongside Bradley Roos. Of course, 4-1 in White's favour, and we'd have a 9-dart shootout between the 3 players in Group 1. Any other scoreline, and it'll be Duff and Roos who progress to the semi-finals. Duff requires 2 legs to top the group. So to see how this one unfolds then, let's rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Great to hear from Conan Whitehead, the former champion as well, playing like a champion and putting out the standout performance of the night so far. As for Neil Duff, as I say, it is a simple scenario as far as he is concerned. For Stuart White, well, he's literally requiring snookers from this point onwards. What are we expecting in here, Chris?
Well, if he plays like he played in his opening match, he's in a whole world of trouble. And just looking over their previous, as Abby mentioned, he's got to win 4-0 to go through, or 4-1 to set up a 9-dart shootout. On Monday, Neil won the tie.
First leg, Stuart
4-3.
to throw first. Game on.
Tuesday, Neil won the tie 4-2. Wednesday,
59.
Stuart got a bit of revenge. It was only 4-3.
100.
History tells us it's unlikely he wins 4-0, but we thought it was unlikely that he would get beat by
62.
Bradley Roos, and the problem for him is the measure of the defeat, going down 4-1.
Well, he recovered to a certain extent following that really slow start, but in fairness to Bradley, he never really allowed him to recover, did he? 96.92 average, 4 out of 4 in the doubles, and 2 ton-plus checkouts en route to victory.
Yeah, and that's one of Bradley's best performances of the week, and what a time to save that type of performance. He was 4 out of 4 on the doubles against Stuart, and finishes of 108 and 119 in terms of the ton-plus outs. Stuart averaged 72-76.
140.
Before the off, Stuart White was the 6-5 outside with the bookmakers. Neil Duff 8-13 on to grab the spoils.
99. Sure to require
before the off this evening, or?
That's this evening, yeah.
Yeah, well, I should imagine. That prize sort of drifted after that
60
opening match performance from White. It would have been a bigger dog.
With the Rhino.
100. Sure to require 40.
But he has the opportunity to take the opening leg with tops, and he will with a 16 darter. So he's got one leg on that journey. A 4-0 win. White is through in his favour, of course. A 4-1 win for White, and we have a 9-dart shootout. Neil Dove gets to 2 legs, then we know who's going to be in the semi-finals. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and that's an unusual scenario and mindset to have as a player. Knowing that you haven't got to win a match, you just need a certain amount of legs can be a little off-putting.
However, this is where actually playing in the vault could come to Stuart White's advantage, because the preliminary round of that particular competition is a group stage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like this, isn't it? And it's short course as well.
84.
Only best of 3. You will be in potentially in those kind of scenarios where you may not have to win and just need the one leg. Well, I don't know what he's done in between his 2 matches this evening.
59. Sure to require 97.
I wouldn't mind a bit of it.
Well, he's actually doing a reverse to what he did on Thursday and Friday night, where he came out the traps really, really strongly and then deviated as the night went on. He started slow tonight, but boy, is he recovering well. A 97 finish and a 12-dart leg, and Stuart White has got 2 of the 4 legs that he needs. He's 2-0 up. He's halfway towards going through.
Game on.
This would be an absolutely unbelievable turnaround. And it would sum up the Saturday nights for
30.
Neil Duff.
We are actually 3 holes of throwaway from a 9-dart shootout.
140. 96.
And suddenly, Neil Duff finds himself in a bit of trouble. Because a 4-0 defeat, and it'll be him that's deposed. And Bradley Roos would be,
93.
well, sitting pretty in the semis.
$97.
67 points the lead, plus these. Finds the red bit. Bollers it. Could be treble 17. Oh, that is
71.
Simply spectacular.
Well, he needed to provide something special, and he is doing exactly that. He's on for 13 darter on the back of a 12 and a 3-0 lead, averaging a shade under 110. He's 2 out of 2 on the doubles, and he's going to have, well, all the time that he possibly needs to take out this particular finish, because Duff is back on 2-3-5.
20.
Only 40 on his average.
$65. Sure to require 20.
This is the proverbial case of it's not where you start, it's where you end. And he may find a way of getting away with that mediocre opening performance, or is he? Because if Neil Duff finds the fish, his best case scenario is a 9-dart shootout, but that's not going to come in this particular leg.
96.
Can't afford
Sure to require 20.
any mistakes with these three.
Game on the third leg,
And doesn't.
Stuart White.
It's a 19-dart hold. 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg,
Neil
Neil
Duff
to
will be
throw
thinking,
game on.
Really? Surely not again.
It's happening again. Is it to the Duff man on finals night?
85.
If he does get knocked out in this scenario, he must think that there's some kind of voodoo doll here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, that there's just something that is stopping him
43.
from being successful. Because he's played so well on so many occasions here, but it's just not been able to find that winning formula on a Saturday night.
Well, the voodoo doll was the quality of play from Stuart White. I mean, up until
140.
missing a handful of doubles in leg 3, he was averaging 110 at that stage.
140.
Neil Duff starting to graft. Got to get at least a leg.
The word gears is beginning to spring through the mind, and
97.
Stuart White has had an off leg at the worst time
96.
when he couldn't have afforded an off leg in this match. Especially not in one where Neil Duff has accelerated the levels. It doesn't really matter if he takes it out this time.
56.
He'll come back for tops after 12 to get a leg that, at the worst case scenario, would guarantee a 9-dart shootout between the three players come 10 o'clock when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV.
Massive pressure applied with that
Angel
140.
leg, Neil Duff.
Duff is up to the task. A 14-dart hold. Well, one or two scenarios. We either have a 9-dart shootout with a hold, or we know our semi-final lineup.
95.
Well, it's been overdue, this 9-dart shootout. It's been a little while. We actually had a 9-dart shootout on the week that Conan Whitehead won his qualification week to get through to
That was always
Champions
Ryan
League.
Finesse, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ryan Finette, Andy Hamilton and Lee Shewan, the man, missing out. So Conan might actually look at this and think it might be a little bit of an omen. And I remember in his winner's interview after he won that particular week, he said, how was his preparation for the semi-finals, Chris Murphy asked. He said, well, I was just enjoying watching the 9-dart shootout. I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Those looked a little tight.
For sure, to put it this way, Neil Duff, who could have so easily gone out in this game after Stuart White led 3-0, could there be a sort of a greased piglet type thing happening here where Duff was on the ropes, and maybe if he gets himself into the semi-finals, he may feel like he was on the ropes, maybe could have gone, and by virtue could be a stronger player, but it's Stuart White on 209.
140.
But Duff is the first to a finish on 147. But how handily can the Rhino leave it?
Not very, with an opening dart like that.
62.
That was the danger.
You require
They
147.
both won the max on a snooker table.
Duff might get it. It would have been pot luck for Stuart White.
95.
Would have been the big break.
147.
This is to secure only a third 9-dart shootout in the history of the Super Series. Stuart White has already taken out a 147 this week. He's not going to take it this time. And so Neil Duff can send both himself and Bradley Roos through if he can find 52. And it would be for 3-2. It's found, and you could hear what it meant to Neil Duff. He knew the assignment. He has completed the assignment. He has eliminated Stuart White. He has sent both himself and Bradley Roos into the semi-finals from 10 o'clock this evening. We know the final four now.
140.
Both players knew exactly the significance of that shot. As for Stewart, he's had a good week. He played very well in Group B in particular.
41.
And there's a lot for him to take moving forward, whatever the next steps are for him in his darting journey. The next step in this man's darting journey is the semi-finals and the opportunity to put right what he feels are a couple of wrongs here at the Super Series.
135. $100.
Be interested to see how many of his big combinations make it to check out of the week this week.
134. Neither require 121.
Well, the
65.
170 and the 164. The 170 from Bradley, the 164 from Adam Hunt are two standout ones.
44. Neither require 56.
To take us all the way. Tops for the tough man.
16.
Kisses the wire.
Stuart to require 147.
Go on, Stuart. If you're going to go out in a blaze of glory with the Bays finish.
All been almost fitting.
81.
You can see that Neil Duff wants to keep this winning mentality. He wants to go into that semi-final unbeaten. He's going about it the right way. His last three legs have been won in 14, 17 and 16.
Game on. $85.
I have a lot more zip. Is Stuart White now his fate is sealed.
50. $134.
I'm pretty sure he will be back here at the Super Series and he can use this experience to
140.
give him an advantage when he returns, because he just paid the price for not getting out of the blocks at all
96.
against Bradley Roos, but credit to him, he played a blinder. But he was almost allowed to.
44.
Averages in this game some 20 points higher for White than he was against Bradley.
85.
Going to get a go at 101 to at least finish off with a victory.
100.
Ball, one ball.
101.
What's his name? Luke Littler?
Yeah, didn't he do the...
Oh, he did as well. Well, double 13 would have let him have a go at it, but he's going to go the more conventional double 8.
Didn't Luke do the Bull 11 ball today?
Again, on the JDC tour. We might see the bullseye again, not this time.
139.
Leighton Bennett won one of those today.
Game, shot, and a match.
As Stuart White does end his campaign with a win. I have to say, really enjoyed Stuart White this week. Always fascinating being a player, getting all of that experience. End averages 90.39 for White, 91.54 for Neil Duff. When we come back, it's the final match of Group 2, Conan Whitehead against Matt Dennon.
So then, Neil Duff and Bradley Roos are the two players through to the semi-finals from Group 1. We can have a look at the stats from Neil Duff's last match. He went down in a decider to Stuart White, but full credit to Duff in that last match. White threw absolutely everything at him to take a 3-0 lead. But on the brink of elimination himself, Duff produced a 14-dart hold before breaking in 17 to send himself and Roos through. The Northern Irishman is so desperate to make it through to Champions Week, and he is still on course. As you can see, 50% checkout success in there, but Stuart White's parting gift is that 4-3 victory in that last match. Our final Group 2 match is between two players already through to the semi-finals as well. This is just to determine who finishes top of the group. It is Matty Dennant against Conan Whitehead, the Barbarian, of course, the champion here in October, and he's already put a marker down on finals night this evening, taking out a 1-2-1 and a 1-1-5 in his opening match. What's he going to produce in this one? Let's return to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, one final game in our pool programme of matches, and it sees Conan Whitehead in action against Matt Dennant. But, of course, you want to leave a lasting impression because, who knows, this could well be the final in just a few games' time. Whitehead, the former champion, up against Matt Dennant, a player who will feel like a weekly win is his next natural step of progression here in this particular tournament. Two-time Challenge Tour event winner Dennant be looking to make that push here at the Live Lounge, and if he was to make it to Champions Week, it would be a long-awaited welcome for him.
Absolutely. In and from him over just the course of a week.
First leg, Conan to throw.
Possesses the level of play in the locker required to not only win a weekly title here, but to win a Champions Week.
60.
His opening match tonight defeated Johnny Haynes with an average just shy of 90, and that was after a very slow start, and then reeled off 4 of the next 5 legs in 15, 13, 16 and 15. 41. So averaging around a ton during that period. After a little bit of a sticky start. Unlike White, Dennant did recover in his opening match, and White never, and paid the price for that this evening.
140.
As I've already mentioned, cannot ignore that performance from Bradley Roos. 96, 92, his average.
99.
He's safely through with Neil Duff.
Duff winning that group, so he's going to have the advantage of throw
60.
in the first semi-final.
And he will play the loser of this tie.
Game shot on the first leg, Matt Dennant.
Matty Dennant with some start here. An 11 dart break a throw.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
1 max in the leg. 140.
140.
Absolutely flying at the moment.
And these are one of those occasions, isn't it, where you know that you're going through. So what do? You try and put pressure on the rest of the field. You try and make them fear you, make you the player to beat.
Well, it's a 60. Perfect example, if you're focused, how not having pressure allows you to play to the best of your ability if you're that type
95.
of player. We've heard from Conan with regards to him just taking his foot off the gas, but a rhythmic thrower like Dennant, when the pressure's off, he plays like he does in practice.
40. Match require 120.
This may feel like one of those practice matches because he's going to get 2 turns at 1-2-1.
97.
Double 12 after 12 for a 2-0 lead. He's averaging 127 and a half at the minute. That's a Conan Whitehead. It's kind of like the trend we saw in Group C, where once he knew he was through, the performance kind of dipped a little bit. He's one of those that can get up for the big occasions, but when it's a so-called dead
Change
rubber,
on the
it
second
can be a bit of a
leg,
difficulty.
Matt
But Matt Dennett 2-0 up, averaging 115.62.
Third leg Conan to throw first.
180s
Game
in
on.
each of the opening legs for Dennett. And a
85.
a 140, of course.
55.
There's at a point a difference of 40 points in the averages.
25.
It's all about what will be the difference in their bank balances
93.
around about 20 past 11 this evening. Don't forget, we'll be joining our friends at Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
60.
And then we'll be getting straight into our 2 semi-finals and then a short break before our final.
140.
Find out our third player in this series of their attempt to qualify and win the Champions Week.
And it's at this point we can begin to really build up Champions Week. We can get a little bit of a look in the flavour of players that we're going to see on offer
59.
at Champions Week in Series 4. We said that Series 3 was probably the best field that we brought together over the course of 12 players for Champions Week. We've already got an American there in Danny Lau. We've got Reece Robinson there, former tour card holder. We may have either the champ from Series 1 back, the reigning WDF World Champ. We could even see Matt Dennett there. He wants a 154. He wants tops. And he is putting in a statement performance. A 154 to lead 3-0. A 15 dart leg. And Conan Whitehead in the background with a little bit of a wry smile and a little bit of a chuckle to himself in appreciation of these stupendous darts that the scholar is offering up.
100.
Sometimes that's all you can do is just smile and just hold your hands up and say, "Will you crack on, son?"
190.
That's more like it, Conan.
His first max.
96.
And 9 darter is going to be high up on the
100.
Conan Whitehead list of achievements here as well. He actually said to one of the backroom staff here, before dart was
43.
thrown on Thursday, he is going to hit a 9 darter this week. The last player who said that actually did it, Conor Heenahan, in the last series. He told us on
57.
Monday afternoon, I'm going to hit a 9 darter this week. He hit one on Thursday. He came up to me the next day and he said, I'm going to hit another one. He missed double 12 to do it again.
79. Conan, you require 164. $80.
Well, Matty can apply just a little bit of pressure here.
58.
Certainly
Conan, you
make
require
Conan
84.
think about the 84.
119 would have left double 12, so Dennett back for 125. And you know what? It really wouldn't surprise me if he ends this bull 25 bull.
This performance has got that feeling about it.
25.
It's been a statement-making performance from Matt Dennett. Bull 25, and that bullseye's prime. Oh, what a way to finish off for Matt Dennett! A showbiz finish to a superb performance to beat Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 0. What a way to finish! Bull 25 bull. We said it could happen. It did happen. Matt Dennett beats Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 0.
Wow, what a marker Matty Dennant has just put down in our final group game. A 4-0 whitewash victory over Conan Whitehead. We can have a little look at the stats from that one. It really was a high-quality match. He continued on from an 11-dart break of throw in the opening leg to put down a real statement, getting a pat on the back from his opponent when he took out that 154, the highest checkout of the match, and then won the encounter with a 1-2-5 bull, 25 bull. As for Conan Whitehead, I imagine knowing he was already through to the semi-finals will have had a big impact on the performance he put in. As you can see, didn't get a dart at the outer ring in that match. Before we get into the semi-finals, they'll get underway just after 10 p.m. We're going to take a little look at our Series 3 winner and how he got there. It was, of course, the incredible youngster, Luke Littler.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're all very welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series final. We are coming to you live on Sporty Stuff TV. It's now time to bring the players to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing firstly from England, it's the Nuke, Luke Littler. And ladies and gentlemen, his opponents all the way from Canada, it's the Truth, Jacob Taylor.
Well, here we go then. This is it. The big money match. The day that started with a coronation will end with one here at the Super Series. Who will be crowned king? Will it be the boy who many believe was born to be king of darts, Luke Littler? Or will it be a Canadian coronation as Jacob Taylor, the 54-year-old, takes on a man still in the salad days of what is expected to be an incredible career. It's been an incredible night, an incredible week, an exceptional series, the best we've had so far, and just what we've seen tonight in terms of the standard of play, the entertainment, and the crowd themselves, mate, just suggests it's going to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. It's becoming more and more international.
The 180 cards are aloft, and they will be again. Let me promise you that.
Well, I was up on the balcony, and I said, "Can you find out who won the ball?" And a couple of seconds later, he come back, Littler, and I said, "Well, of course he did." But yeah, they've really put on a show, and the fans have really, really embraced it. The noise in between the matches, they are really having their own little party in here.
Yeah, and look, it's only, what, 150-ish people in the building. They're making it sound like a big arena event in the breaks, but giving players a complete best of order when they're throwing.
They get it.
140.
Yeah, plenty to applaud as well tonight. Much of it coming from Littler, but let's just
45.
Give some credit to Jacob Taylor, because he has been the one that's actually got through with the most ease this evening.
Yeah, he didn't have to rely on any other results this evening. Came through a very tough game against
60.
Owen Bates to make this final. This young man has been irresistible.
Well, they've both played in finals before, mate, on a Saturday night, and Jacob Taylor actually lost his final 4-0 to Justin Hood. He got through as the best runner-up in terms of his performance for the entire week. In contrast, Luke Littler won his final 4-0 against Richard North with an average of 109.
Yeah, he doesn't have any negative memories of being in a final. You say he's still in the infancy of his career. He's still in school,
Yeah, well, he's certainly dished out a few lessons on the dartboard tonight. Taylor is tough to beat, and you give him a sniff, he punishes. We saw that in a couple of his matches already tonight.
58.
Punisher. My nickname.
Yeah, John Worsley saw it when he took out a 103 in that match. We saw Owen Bates miss opportunities and Taylor mop up in the semi-final. That went down to a decider.
Well, he produced one of his better performances in the semi-final against
Jacob
Owen Bates,
81.
He averaged in excess of 96.
41.
Going along very nicely in this final so far in the early stages.
100.
Every time I
Jacob
look at our
40.
fruit machine, which is where all of our data is, which is on a monitor, every time I look up there, Luke Littler seems to be
on the second leg,
consistently
Jacob
in excess of 100. And there's no difference here.
Well, there'll be no 4-0 in this final.
Third leg, Luke
Taylor squaring up.
First leg he's won in a final here.
Now, look, Luke Littler has won many, many titles in the WDF system. He's won 2 development tours recently. World Masters Boys, a JDC World Championship. He's won loads of stuff. But this, in front of the TV cameras,
100.
is this the week when everybody in the world of darts stands up and says, this man's the real deal?
Well, many of the things he's produced this week gets clipped up and does all the socials, and many moments tonight that he's produced has gone viral, and there aren't going to be too many people in the darts world that don't know about him. But as I always say, it's the casual sports fans we want to get to know him, and he's aware of that. His understanding of brand awareness. He knows he's an entertainer.
And how comfortable he looks on the stage. He owns the stage.
Well, Barry Hearn must,
140.
as a lifelong promoter, must look at this young man and think, wow.
Yeah, darts is in safe hands. Avoids the ball this time, wants double 5 instead. Might have been better missing the treble there, Luke.
140.
Him miss a treble.
Well, Taylor hasn't missed that treble, nor that one. Give him an inch.
130.
Wow, a dart away from a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
So double 2 for 2-1 to Littler instead. Awkward, but he finds a way to let out a roar in celebration. Taylor remaining unfazed. He's just getting on with his business, but Luke Littler there.
Fourth leg,
for
Jacob
all of the flamboyant
finish.
finishers this evening, that double 2 could be the key one.
Yeah, huge. Well, the fact that he was allowed to
41.
go back at the 5 with Jacob Taylor, well, that would have been typically Taylor this week, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
Finding a way to win a leg, he looked like he was going to lose.
Nobody has really blitzed their spells at the Super Series like Luke Littler has. He won Group A on his qualifying week and then won finals night, and now he's looking like winning finals night from winning Group A on Champions Week.
134.
That is some level of darting dominance, particularly in a short format.
Yeah, and on debut.
57.
Well, I'm pretty sure he'll be back to defend the title should he lift the trophy. He'll be the first player to lift the trophy at the end of this one. We did have winners before, but they were given giant checks. I think they had some complaints that when they walked into the local branch, they refused to cash them.
140. Luke Require 167.
Yeah, nice to have some silverware.
Yeah, and it's something that will be retained here. They will have their pictures taken with it, and then it will go off to the engravers, and, well, he will forever have his name on the trophy, and I've got a feeling it's not going to be on there just the once.
36.
Well, this is a chance to break. It's okay.
8.
Still okay, really, because Taylor's not in finishing range.
I mean, we will say it, but we want the players to fulfill their dreams, and if their dreams are getting a tour card, which no doubt at some stage
85.
that will
Luke
be
require
Luke Littler's
28.
MO, We wish him all the best and don't want to see him back. Well, not for a long time, anyway.
Games on the fourth leg.
Well, in the end, he gets there on that checkout. Had to kind of dig one out there,
Fifth
didn't he,
leg,
Luke
Luke
Littler?
to throw first. Game on.
It got a bit awkward, but...
Well, all barring that 140 attempt, and that was only because he missed
80.
darts at double to give Jacob the opportunity. He's been pretty much in control.
Yeah, it could be over.
He's managing the occasion.
121.
superbly, but you just read out all those titles he's won. He knows how to win. He's used to winning.
Yeah, some talent. Stand up, take note, remember the name.
$140.
Remember Jacob Taylor's name as well, because if you're a fan of the CDC, and I know lots of players and fans in America and Canada will be tuned in, he has done you proud.
Well, it's been a worthwhile trip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For Jacob Taylor.
He is cashed.
92.
£10,000 in the pocket. He can upgrade his flight on the way home. But that way home might be getting a little bit
93.
closer.
Jacob, you require 148.
Oh, we're being a little premature. Another one of those. Double 14 for the breakback.
134.
Well, it would be the ultimate irony and really fitting if Luke the Nuke
you require 88.
was to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14.
And the Super Series champion,
the leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the third MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he, mate?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
Hello and welcome along to finals night here at the MODUS Super Series, where it is almost time for semi-final action. 12 players started the week, all with the same aim of becoming champion and scooping the £5,000 prize. Only 4 players remain, and as I mentioned, it is almost time for them to take to the stage to compete to make it through to the finals. Before they do, though, let's remind you of how they made it through to the final 4.
You require 40.
So, for the break, 3-1 Duff, and he's a leg away now from the opening points of the night, and he has the darts to do it here.
45.
And it may well see him pick up the first points of the group. It's going to be tops for Duff.
Game.
Tops is found 4-0 Duff to claim a 4-1 victory against Bradley Rhodes in the opening game of our finals night session. Who had a 15 in the last, is looking for a 13 in this to level up at 2-2.
Game on the fourth leg.
That was the first double Johnny Haynes has missed, and it's been a costly miss because it's exactly
fifth leg Matt to throw
what you said, Henry. 13 dart, break back, and we're back on throw. They're averaging in the 70s
51
in the opening 2 legs. Matty Dennant's average now approaching 90.
We just felt that Johnny Haynes had to take full advantage of that dry spell from Dennant, but he kicks off the 5th with a max against the darts because you just knew he was going to kick into life at some point.
Well, I mentioned there hadn't been one. We get 2.
180.
And the decider is where we're going to head because Johnny Haynes pins that double 16 with dart number 16.
5 on 40s and 5 scores between a ton and 139, but what a great visit. The max to leave tops. But it's double 16 for the spoils.
Game, shot.
And he takes the spoils with a wonderful 15 dart leg in the decider. And
Bradley requires
the big number there, so I had to go across for the 14, and so Bradley won 19 for 3-1. Starts down on the 19s. Treble leaves tops. And it is 3-1 to Bradley Woos. May only need the 3. 1 dart in his hand, a double 16 to win it with a ton topper. And so it means that we're going to go all the way to the final game of the Group 2 to decide who is going to go through in Group 1. Triple 17, bullseye for 12 darter and for a 3rd consecutive break. And Johnny Haynes was nodding his head in the background to lay down a marker to the rest of the field. Conan Whitehead, the former champion, playing the sort of darts of a champion to dispose of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2 to eliminate Johnny Haynes from contention this evening.
Massive pressure applied with that 140. Duff is up to the task. A 14 dart hold on 1 of those today.
Game, shot, and a match.
As Stuart White does end his campaign with a win. I have to say, really enjoyed Stuart White this week.
The champ from Series 1 back, the reigning WDF World Champ. We could even see Matt Dennant there. He wants a 154. He wants tops, and he is putting in a statement performance. A 154. It's been a statement-making performance from Matt Dennant. Bull 25, and that bullseye's prime. What a way to finish off for Matt Dennant! A showbiz finish to a superb performance to beat Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 0. What a way to finish! Bull 25, Bull.
Yeah, that really was the performance of the night. An average just shy of 102 in the end. But Conan Whitehead in that match as well didn't get a dart at the outer ring. I think that pretty much sums up what he's been like this week, because when there's been something on the line, when he's competitive in a group table, he has done everything required. He already knew he was through to the semi-finals, maybe took his foot off the gas.
Yeah, it's just something he does. He's really motivated by competition, and I think when there isn't any, he just just sort of goes through the motions. But in fairness, he'd have had to play at the top of his game to have lived with Dennant there. I mean, after 3 legs, Dennant was averaging around 110 and finished it off beautifully. And what was tough about, if you were trying to go for 3 balls in a bit of an exhibition shot, that ball placement on dart 1 is exactly where you put it.
Yeah, and we've spoken, haven't we, about Matty Dennant's high ceiling. Averaged 103.5 against Joe Cullen in the Players' Championship event last weekend. To produce that again, he was so consistent throughout the Group B campaign, scores so heavily. There he reminded us how clinical a finisher he can be too.
Yeah, and in his match against Johnny Haynes a little earlier, the opening 2 legs, you know, a bit of early nerves. It's a big night. Didn't quite find his game, but the way he fought back in that match to win 4 out of the next 5 legs, during that period, he was averaging similar numbers to that. So that's a good sign that he is in fine fettle right now.
Yeah, let's bring you up to speed then with the other results from this evening's action. It was a 4-1 victory for Neil Duff over Bradley Roos in our opening match of this evening's session. For Neil Duff, that was a really huge victory, especially as Bradley Roos beat him so convincingly on the final day of Group A action.
Yeah, it was one of those. I wasn't quite sure what version of Neil Duff we were going to get, and fortunate enough for him, it was a big enough win that the match against Stuart White had some different implications. It sort of set the tone for the group, really. And as we've just mentioned, match number 2, Johnny Haynes got out of the blocks quick, slow start from Dennant, and then found his form. Match 3, I was really impressed with this performance. Averaged nearly 97. On the back of a 4-1 disappointing defeat, and got one over Stuart White, and that pretty much put Stuart White out.
Yeah, and for Bradley Roos, we can have a look at the Group 1 table. For Bradley Roos, it was pretty much a performance from Group A and a performance from Group C from him, wasn't it? Because in Group A, the majority were mid-70s to low to mid-80s, but then in the second match, a mid-90s performance, which was more indicating of what he produced in Group C.
Yeah, and against a player he would have seen plenty of this week and knew the dangers that Stuart White possessed in terms of performance level, especially what he'd have watched him do in Group B over the last couple of nights. So that made that performance even more impressive. But performance of the night tonight has to be Matthew Dennant against Conan Whitehead. Yeah,
and you expect Conan Whitehead to put 10 points on his average from his second match this evening, don't you?
Yeah, and he will have to as well. You know, it's a tough game against Neil Duff. Neil Duff will be... Listen, players love knockout darts. They love the element of the round robin and the multiple matches on one day. But ultimately, we just love duking out, just knowing the scenario you're in or you're out.
Yeah, confirmation of our 2 semi-finals then. Our first is Neil Duff against Conan Whitehead, and it'll be Neil Duff who has the darts in that semi-final. Just returning quickly to Conan Whitehead's first match tonight, a 1-2-1 and a 1-15 out in that one as well. He was the first player to put a bit of a marker down tonight, wasn't he?
Yeah, and a decent average, and he seems to be finding the treble 20 very comfortable. But more importantly for him, that's an element of his game he always has and always possesses, is the fact that he's fancying the big outs, which he's produced 2 of this evening.
And I think it's fair to say we pretty much know the base level for Matty Dennant, but Bradley Roos, which version of him do you think we'll see in this semi-final?
I think it depends how nervous he is or how confident he is. You certainly wouldn't want to be playing Matty Dennant after you've just watched him produce a performance of that level. So, yeah, it's going to be tough, but one thing this week, expect the unexpected.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get semi-final number 1 underway. It is Neil Duff against Conan Whitehead. Henry Deacon, back over to you.
A very good evening, Abby, and a very good evening, everyone who is joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, and welcome to the semi-finals of the MODUS Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 3 games separate a potential weekly champion here, and we have a heavyweight first semi-final between Neil Duff and Conan Whitehead. Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, a player whose goal and objectives for 2023 have largely centred around this competition, whilst for Conan Whitehead, well, as you can see on the name strap there, the MODUS Super Series 1 champion, the Barbarian. And we spoke to him earlier on this evening, and he said that his objectives was to lift this title again and become the first player to do the repeat here in Portsmouth. but who is going to make it through to the final. Now, in terms of their group campaigns, both players have won one and lost one. Neil Duff getting the better of Bradley Rose in the first game of the session, an 80.38 average and a 4-1 success. But then in his second game, lost out 4-3 to Stuart White. But by that point, he was already through. As for Conan Whitehead, he was also through following his first game. He got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2 with a 96.5 average. Really impressive display, which saw him have 2-ton-plus checkouts en route, but dipped in that second match against Denham, but we saw that in Group C once the intensity was off. Dennett winning 4-0 in impressive style, and we're going to see him in our second semi-final against Bradley. Right, so let's get into this first semi-final then, and we're going to do it in the company of a formerly weekly winner here at the Super Series. Hello, Chris.
Evening, Henry. The £10 will be in the post. Thanks for mentioning that.
£10, your rates have gone down these days. Cost of living crisis.
Absolutely. Cost of petrol. Stunning performance from Matty Denon.
54.
Well, in fairness, all 4 players have produced at one point or another this evening. Where would
95.
your 50p be on this one?
I just think every single time Conan Whitehead is pushed, he seems to find an answer, and I'm just wondering
85.
With Neil Duff at the minute, there might just be a couple more questions than there are answers about his game.
Yeah, you always got that feeling as well when a certain venue hasn't been happy hunting ground.
75.
You can
Nearly require 100.
Well, we often talk about carrying some luggage or baggage, as it would be. Although this is a bit special.
117.
Conan's probably thinking to himself, what's going on?
131.
Yeah, when a venue has just given you negatives and bad vibes, I mean, he loves the place and he loves playing in it, but
91.
You then start to think, oh, here we go. It's happening again, as it very nearly did against Stuart White. He found himself 3-0 down and a leg away from elimination.
40.
Well, Neil Duff here has missed 4 darts to win this opening leg, and Conan Whitehead wants double 10 to punish him to the hilt, and punish him he will. And Conan Whitehead breaks the throw of the reigning WDF World Champion in the opening leg. Whitehead 1 up.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on. $95.
Will Duff respond from the disappointment? Missing 4 at a double for a 1-0 lead. Well, that is the way to respond.
Well, this really is a heavyweight first semi-final. At the beginning of the night, these are the 2 bookmakers' favourites to go on and lift the trophy. Conan Whitehead at 12-5, Neil Duff 7-2, Matt Dennett 4-1, whereas Bradley Roos was 5-1 with the odds compiler. So they've actually got it right so far because the 2 outsiders have already been eliminated.
98.
What is a busy night worth of boxing? 100. Who do you think's going to land the knockout blow and be the one with the belt at the end of the night?
Well, my pick at the top of the show with Abby, when we were looking at the
42.
odds for all the players, was Matty Denon at 4-1. Well, I've seen nothing that makes me want to change my mind.
30.
2 matches tonight so far. He's won all 3 with a average just shy of 90, 4 out of 7 on the doubles.
60.
And then a
Neil requires 60.
4 out of 6 on the doubles. 154 finish, 125, and an average just shy of 102.
On the second leg, Neil Duff.
That is weekly winning form as Duff.
Third leg,
Hits
Neil
back
to throw first.
with a 14 darter.
Game on.
Well, it's been a case so far in this semi-final of one leg on and 1 leg off for both of the players.
Yep.
100.
Duff conservatively out of the traps in the first leg, and Conan just regressing from what we saw in the opener. 2 breaks of throw up to 1 apiece, and we're going to have a look now at the overhead camera. This gives us a real good indication of where the darts are landing in the board.
140.
Shows you the angle of entry, and you'll notice Neil Duff throws his darts well left of the oche. The darts will just land on that angle where it's the opposite for Conan Whitehead, but trading identical scores in leg 3, both with a ton apiece and a 140 apiece.
I don't think I've asked you this question before, but do you think Neil Duff, we know how big an achievement it is for him, but do you think maybe from the wider darting public he doesn't quite get the recognition for his world title?
Yeah, I think that's more to do with the current state of the
60
governing body.
121.
1-2-1 for Whitehead.
The reputation of those titles were marred by the
23.
awful
116.
attitude and dysfunctional running of the BDO. Or should I say demise?
74.
Ultimately, in the history books,
98.
he's a world champion and won 50 grand in the process. Well, treble 18, double 12, but I think he contemplated double 19 for tops.
There's a little bit of a devil in the eye of Conan Whitehead as Duff returns to 42. This will be the first holder throw in this first semi-final. It is 6 for double 18. That bent the wire, that first start. That second one finds the target. 2-1 to the Duff man.
Good recovery. Trailed 1-0. Didn't panic. Responded with a 14 and a max.
Game on.
Steady enough hold of throw there in 18.
92.
Here's the averages after 3 legs of our first semi-final. Neil Duff averaging 88.74. Conan Whitehead 84.12, which is about right when you consider that 2 of the 3 legs were won in 6 visits. Duff with the exceptional leg, the 14 darter to
81.
level up proceedings.
$60.
Start of the blocks in the 4th, though. Neil Duff, back-to-back troublous visits, back-to-back 60s.
92.
Now, a reminder, a win for either Neil
60.
Duff or Bradley Roos this evening would mean that in the first 3 weeks of qualification for Champions Week in Series 4, we'd have 3 different nationalities represented. That actually happened in the last phases. Well, John Worsley winning week 1, Owen Bates and Yella Clatton, the victors in week 2 and 3.
International flavour will
134.
continue to blossom.
142. $90.
And come back for 52 for what would be another 6-visit leg in this semi-final. It's been enough for the players up to press, and Neil Duff having 50. A bit of an off-colour visit there. So 52 for Conan for 2-2.
Double 16 is his choice.
36.
This would be a massive moment in this semi-final. 137 for Neil Duff. 57 first. Will he be looking at tops? Yes, he was.
97. Conan, you require 16.
Pressure on this double 8 now.
It's 3 big adjustments, isn't
14.
it? Bottom left, top right,
40.
bottom right. How costly will that mistake be? Well, he normally likes double five.
Game
He hits
shot
it again. He's hit it
nailed
a few
up.
times this week. None maybe as important as that one, because he now has the darts
Fifth leg kneel to throw
to seal his place in the final.
And Conan Whitehead will know that his opportunity passed him by. He had 5 darts at double to level this game at 2 apiece.
60.
They've come and went, and Neil Duff with the throw to make his way to the final once again, but only a 60 start, and the look on his face as he solemnly made his way to the board to retrieve the darts
43.
said absolutely everything, but he has been able to get away with it.
$130.
Good recovery with the second visit, 137.
$100.
Well, tons be enough for Conan. Only 180 in the match. Oh, Neil Duff.
125.
That was in leg 2.
He's completely outscored Conan. This is the wagon wheel in terms
100.
of power scoring in this game. Pretty much every single metric, Duff has been in control, and he is in cruise control now. And he's going to get the opportunity to get it done in the space of 5 visits for a 4-1 success. And Neil Duff may be 1 game away from his Super Series
58.
destiny. The man who's had so many trials and tribulations may be 1 step away from the final again.
Game shot.
And to the final he goes.
Nailed
And a
up.
13-darter for Neil Duff, who deposes at the former champion Conan Whitehead. He's had one objective in this competition, and that is to finally pick up a weekly title at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Neil Duff is 1 game away from doing exactly that. An average of 88.61. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. An impressive display from Neil Duff. For Conan Whitehead, well, it is not to be this time for our former champion, but he has enjoyed a good week here, has treated us to some good arrows, but the semi-final is where it ends for him. So our second semi-final comes up after the break. Matt Dennant's in action against Bradley Roos.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have our first player through to tonight's finals. Neil Duff coming through against Conan Whitehead to book his spot in the final. We can take a look at some of the numbers from that encounter, and it was Conan Whitehead who opened the scoring in that one. Duff squandered opportunities in the opening leg, was punished by Whitehead, but he responded with a 14-dart break before holding throw and taking control of the tie, coming through 4-1 in that one with an average north of 88.5, 4 out of 11 on the outer ring, with the game's only 180 as well, and it was Conan Whitehead's doubling that really let him down in that one, missing 7 at the outer ring. Neil Duff, of course, in the group stage, finished top of Group 1, having won his opening game 4-1 over Bradley Roos. He was close to being eliminated himself when he found himself 3-0 down in his second match to Stuart White before getting 3 legs on the board in that one. It was White who claimed the 4-3 victory, but because of legs difference, it was Neil Duff who progressed through to the semi-finals, and he has now beaten Conan Whitehead to become our first finalist. Before we get our second semi-final underway, it is time for the checkout of the week competition. So take a look at these and remember to tweet us at MSS Darts with your vote. First of all, Adam Hunt with this 1-6-4 out against Marvin van Velzen. Van Velzen himself had many struggles on the outer ring. Duff, not so much in that one. As for Bradley Roos, he reeled in the big fish against Neil Duff. It wasn't his only big finish against the Duff man, but this one was particularly special. And Conan Whitehead with this 1-3-4. We've seen some special finishes from him tonight as well, haven't we? This 1-3-4 against Adam Hunt earlier in the week. Niall Cullerton treated us to this 1-3-7 against Andy Jenkins to get over the line against him. Couldn't replicate that on the second day of action to get through to finals night, though. As for Stuart White, 7 3-figure out shots in the group stages. This 1-5-4, a particular highlight. And there you can see A, B, C, D or E. Vote now on Twitter at MSS Darts, and we will be revealing the answer very, very soon. Yeah, some really, really strong contenders. And if that was still running tonight, there'd be many more added, that is for sure, because we've seen some spectacular finishing, in particular from the man who is next up in our second semi-final, Matty Dennant. A 1-5-4 and a 1-2-5 on Bull 25 Bull to complete the victory in his last match against Conan Whitehead. What is he going to be able to produce in this one? He is taking on Bradley Roos, of course, who in Group A was berating himself quite significantly, struggled for confidence earlier on in the week, but he has grown and grown into this competition the longer it has gone on. It wasn't looking good for him after his opening game tonight, where he lost 4-1 to Neil Duff, but he put in a really strong performance in his second Group A match in order to progress through to the semi-finals. Which one of these then will join Neil Duff in our final? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
So, who's going to join the Duff man in the final? An impressive performance from him to pose of Conan Whitehead. And so it is down to the man who's put in the performance of the night so far, Matt Dennant, who in that previous game, an average just under 102, taking on Bradley Roos, who, well, we saw a real big difference from game 1 to game 2. And if he can harbour that performance in his second match against Stuart White, then this could be one heck of a semi-final.
Yeah, if they both bring their best, we could be in. for an absolute thriller opening semi-final. All a little bit one-sided in the end. Looking at those checkouts of the week. Oh.
First leg, Matt to throw
It's
first.
1-2-5 in there.
Game on.
Did like the Cullerton 137 just because of the importance and the situation he found himself in.
100.
Jenks had already missed a match dart, and the 137 on tops was to win the match. Sometimes these finishes, you've got to keep them in context.
Sometimes size doesn't matter, it's what it does that's important.
100.
As Denon finds a max, that's important, and that's big.
Oh, it is big. When you put down a
100
statement-like performance before you even play someone, you've already got them thinking about the level you played at
54.
and already worrying, are you going to repeat it?
Denon off to the better start of 2 in this particular semi-final. Well, he's just kicking off where he left off in that game against Conan Whitehead.
$59.
Only getting himself down to 108. He's opened the door here for Bradley, and he's
Metro War 108.
kicked it down with a 140. Single 19 leaves double 16.
Game
the
from the
finishing
first leg, Matt
absolutely outstanding. And ironically, it was something he mentioned whilst talking to
Second
Abby
leg,
in that
Bradley
interview
to
this
throw
evening, that he
first.
felt that
Game on.
the one element of his game he thought that often lets him down is the finishing. Well, not so tonight. He has been
58.
outstanding. 4 out of 7 in game 1.
$97.
4 out of 6 in game 2. 1 out of 1 with a 108 in the opening leg of match 3.
Well, that was actually his third ton plus finish of the night. As for Bradley, a first max.
85.
When you think he averaged 96.92 in his win this evening.
Well, we could have that scenario where we bookend the night with the first game being the last.
We've had 8 ton plus outs tonight, but
100.
3 matches have featured 2 from the one player, the 108 and 119 from Bradley in that 1 win over Stuart White. And then
60.
Conan against Johnny Haynes, he had the 121 and the 115. And of course, Matty with the 154 and the 125, and we've just had
97.
a 108
Bradley
there.
require 144.
Is that going to be backed up, though, by a 144 in response? Not for Bradley this time. We know how I was preempting Matt Denon's Bull 25 Bull. Do you realise if he takes out this 1-2-2, he would have had 3 consecutive legs won with ton plus finishes.
Oh. Tried to force the treble.
82. Bradley require
He's looking like a man on the mission, though.
115.
And Bradley is being restricted to mid-range finishes just to eke out blood from a stone. Double 19. Has to go, you feel.
77.
Doesn't go. And so Denon has already taken out a ton
40.
topper in this game. Wants Tots to make it 2 from 2.
Game
Finds
from
it
the second
though,
leg,
2 from
Matt
3,
Denon.
2-0 lead, 17 dart leg, and a 93-94 average. Matt Denon is putting in some big stuff when it
Third leg,
matters.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Been the best player tonight so far for me.
96.
Well, he's been the player of the week. You look at the numbers, you look at the averages. His lowest performance, his worst performance
140.
throughout the whole duration of the last 3 days has been an average of 82.9.
96.
His average for the week is, well, after this evening, over 90. That's over the course of
97.
11 matches.
Being pound for pound the best player.
59.
But perhaps a little bit of an opening here for Bradley. On a couple of trebles. You make him a case to be the favourite for the leg.
100.
140.97 and a ton. First to a finish. It's a biggie.
58. Bradley require 164.
Tennant having a bit of an off leg. Very mature. Impressed with that. Didn't even think about
32.
the flamboyant 164 shot. He's already got the biggest out of the week, the 170.
Bradley require
That's already in
32.
the highlight reel locker room.
For 13 darter, that is some response from Bradley Roos to bring it back to 2-1. Breaker throw, so the game returns to throw in this second semi-final. And considering the barrage that was put before him by Matt Dennant, that took a lot of courage and a lot of maturity. As you say with that, it could have been so easy following that first treble to kind of have the stars in your eyes and try and force the issue, try and force a statement by doing something big. But sometimes all you have to do is be good.
98.
Do the right thing, and that was exactly what he did.
Yeah, just try and keep it as simple and as fuss-free as possible.
140.
Second max of the match.
140.
That's his third 140. The averages make for really impressive reading in this second semi-final. 92.82 for Dennant, 97.78 for the precocious young Dutch talent Bradley Roos.
$58.
Winner will join Neil Duff in the final in a few minutes' time. He got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 1 in the opening semi-final, doing so with an 88.61 average and 4 out of 11 on the doubles. It was a below par performance from Whitehead in that particular match. So let's have a look then and just paint the picture for the night. So Duff a 4-1 victor against Whitehead. Whitehead, who we had a lot of expectation going into this evening's session. We expected big things from him. It just didn't quite materialise after what looked like a promising start.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the action.
55. $140.
Excellent maturity from Bradley with 2 140s in the leg, leaving 65 after 12 to level up at 2 apiece.
93.
Yeah, Dennant's just sort of
Bradley
levelled out of it here.
65.
Bradley's found another gear. Tops to level things up.
Game shot of the fourth
Tops he
leg,
gets.
Bradley Roos.
His response after trailing 2-0 has been 13 darts and a 15-dart hold.
Fifth leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
And Matt Dennant, who raced quite comfortably, it has to be said, into a 2-0 lead. He was kind of feeding Bradley Roos scraps. Has come back quite impressively as the
93.
Dutchman. And now For the first time tonight, we're going to see a real test of the character of Matt Denon.
Yeah, he's being asked the question.
58.
Quite at his best right at this specific time.
140.
That'd have been so typical if you hit a max in that scenario.
If we'd have seen it.
60.
You can see that just slightly lean to the right. The angle of entry. Bradley Roos.
58.
140 is just give him a bit of breathing space. It's a much needed breathing space.
122.
Not for long. 51 the lead. Plus these.
134.
Just feel like that surmounted pressure that has been burdening and burdening and burdening. It's just eased a little bit. However, there's going to be severe pressure now on this 76.
140. Metro Wire 76.
To go one away from the final. 16 and tops.
36.
Not to be for Denon. And so a 1-2-1. This could be a key moment in the game.
Could be a game changer. Treble 17. Leaves him the ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
That is a sickener. That could be huge for Bradley Roos. 3-2 he leaves Matt Denon, pinning the ball for a 1-2-1 checkout with his opponent sat on tops. And now it is Bradley who has the darts to see him into the final against Neil Duff later on this evening.
Time to really go through the gears now for Denon. His back is firmly up against the ropes.
Needs a treble. It's as simple as that. He comes up dry and it is full advantage now to the Dutchman.
It's a blocker.
96.
Well, you think one treble a visit may be enough to get him to a double first.
60.
Winner faces Neil Duff in the final.
118.
And we said all week how the meetings between Rose and Duff have been battle between two players who won big titles on the Lakeside stage on the same day. Maybe they're going to have another bit of darting symmetry in a few minutes' time.
Current champ, potentially against the future champ.
58.
And he's going to get 6 here for the match.
Bradley requires 16.
Averaging 100.45.
Game
and pins
shot.
it in one.
And the match, Bradley Roos.
1-7-1, followed by double 8. Well, after trailing 2-0, winning legs of 13, 15, 15 and 13, an end average of 99.84. Two of his highest averages of the week have come on finals night. When we return, he will be facing Neil Duff.
So then we have our week 3 final lineup complete, and it is Bradley Roos who is going to take on Neil Duff to become the champion and a £5,000 winner. Let's have a look at the stats from that second semi-final then. Bradley Roos with a superb display, an average just shy of a ton in that one. 4 out of 6 on the outer ring. Real show of resilience from him, because Matty Dennant had made such a good start to that match, getting over the line with a 13 dart leg in there, 180 apiece in that match, but it was those scores of 140 plus that were in Bradley's favour. Of course, that 1-2-1 checkout from him as well, a really sublime display. So our final is going to be a repeat of the first match of this evening's play. Before we preview that final, though, we've already shown you Whitehead and Littler's winning moments from the series 1 and 3. Let's show you Series 2 winner, Raymond Smith.
That does not guarantee that this one will, but the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts, 12 winners, 6 down to the finals night, down to 4 for the semi-final, and now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series, and it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week, maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s, because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all the way, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
100.
That was dangerous.
That was a gamble.
You require 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it. Raymond Smith is the man. The guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done. £20,000 belongs to him. The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time. And he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance. Averaged well. The confetti is everywhere. And unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.
Yeah, incredible from Raymond Smith. One of the best players in the world without a tour card. We've been saying it for a while. But back to tonight's final, it is going to be a cracker because it is 2 apiece in the head-to-head for this week. Neil Duff coming through with a convincing 4-1 victory when they met earlier tonight. But this feels like a different Bradley Roos to the one we saw in that opening game.
Yeah, it certainly is. I didn't think our opening game of the night would be our final game of the week, but that's how it's turned out. And fair play to Bradley, because after that initial opening game, he's produced 2 of his best performances for the entire week, and what a time to do it. All credit to him.
Yeah, it feels a bit like he's finding himself up on that stage, doesn't it? And finding a bit of an identity up there.
Yeah, he's right now, he looks like he's playing with absolute freedom and no fear, and that was something that wasn't there, especially in Group A. He did definitely improve over the course of Group C, but tonight's level of play, I don't know where he's got it from.
And we're going to move on to checkout of the week. That 1-2-1 from Bradley Roos, though, against Matty Dennant would certainly be a contender, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially when you look at the circumstances and you put the match and the finish in context. That was huge, because myself and Henry said in comms, this one could be an absolute game changer, and it just knocked the stuffing out of Matty Dennant.
Especially what we'd seen from Matty Dennant prior to that against Conan Whitehead. Conan didn't even get a dart at a double in that match. Such was the brilliance of Dennant. Of course, that 1-2-5 as well, bull 25 bull. Just talk us through how spectacular that was.
Yeah, well, the difficulty was the bull dart, the dart number 1, was so good, it was just begging for another. And the problem you get in that situation, you've got to take a little bit off of it to try and hit the 25, but not too much so it goes out of the 25. More often than not, you'll see a ball like that just sits up with most of the balls I left to hit. It'll follow it in. But yeah, it was a great shot. But going back to Bradley in that match against Matty Dennant, he was 2-0 down, and effectively he did what Matty did to someone else a little bit earlier, and they were, 15s, 13s, big finishes, big scoring, just a better player.
Yeah, Niall Cullerton narrowly missed out on making it through to finals night. He has tweeted us this evening saying he really wants to win that checkout of the week. Let's find out whether he's done just that.
12 for Niall Cullerton. This is the much easier finish of the 2.
100.
Tidies up nicely.
137.
Trouble 19, tops, I presume.
Tops it is. Another one of them to finish in style for Niall Cullerton to get the better of Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 3.
So it was Niall Cullerton with that checkout, and you'd said, hadn't you, how important that was at the time?
Yeah, well, it was massive because, those Group Bs, it's at the top 3, so every point is valuable in Group B, and Jenks had already missed a dart at a double in that one, and yeah, to come back in the manner in which he did it, 57 tops was a bit special. So at least he has won Summit this week, because he actually went out and it was horrible to watch, because Andy was just literally playing for pride, and all Niall had to do was pick up a win, and he was denied 4-3, and that put Johnny Haynes through.
Full focus now then on our final tonight. It is Neil Duff against Bradley Roos. A word on Neil Duff, because he has said in the build-up to tonight's action how much he is craving that spot in Champions Week. He said previously, when he's missed out in finals night, that he's been straight on the phone to the bosses to get himself back in here. It really does feel like for him it's that one thing missing from his CV.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. He's played plenty. He's had plenty of opportunities, and he's gone close on a few occasions. And it's just one of those things for him, just for his own sanity. Just get 1-1 and have a crack at Champions League. It's a lot of money, of course. Combined money, it's like losing in the final of the World Championship that he won, and it's a strange scenario, because we're going to have the current WDF World Champion and the current WDF Youth Champion facing off in the final.
And Neil Duff, let's not forget, could have been out of this tournament, because Stuart White 3-0 up on him in his second group game. Had Stuart White got over the line 4-0, Neil Duff wouldn't even have made the semi-final.
No.
So superb resilience from him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if it had been 4-1, we'd have had a 9-dart shootout, and there's no guarantees in that as well. So yeah, maybe it's just his destiny tonight. I suppose you keep knocking on the door, eventually you'll knock one down.
Yeah, I said we were going to fully focus on the final. Before we continue to do so, though, should we let them know who next week's players are?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's do just that. Here they are, our week 4 players. When you look at those, some really interesting players in that lineup. Adam Lipscomb is one that really stands out to me because every time we have seen him here, he has got better and better and better. He's got such a fantastic action. Christian Kist as well, who of course was involved in Euro Tour action this weekend. Who stands out for you?
Yeah, well, former world champion Christian Kist, of course. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. Martijn Drachter, another very capable player. As you all know, I'm a big fan of Ryan Furness and Colin Osborne. Scotty Baker, always a big player in terms of 180s. But the one I'm interested to see how he goes is ADC qualifier. And not too long ago, PDC tour card holder Peter Hudson.
Yeah, Willie Borland as well. Of course, this is his second time here. The first time, it took him a little while to adjust to the occasion, didn't it? Looking forward to seeing how he does because he's had mixed success, I think it's fair to say, on the Challenge Tour.
Yeah, all the players in each of the series, the invited ones get two bites of the cherry. They'll get a week, and then they'll get either a Group B or a Group C. But I think Willie Borland's super talented. Listen, if you hit a 9-darter in the deciding leg of a world championship on that huge stage, you can play the game.
So that is, of course, week 4, but one more match to be played in week 3. Who is our winner?
I haven't got a clue.
There we go. Let's find out, shall we? And hand back to Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Abby. And so here we go then. A game perhaps written in the destiny of the sport. On April the 10th, 2022, both of these players rose to the heights of world champions at the Lakeside Country Club. Ruse in the youth and Duff in the men. In terms of destiny, is Duff about to have his meeting with it here at the Live Lounge? So many near misses in this competition. Is now the time for him to cross the line, whilst for Ruse, it would be a dream debut. It's a bookend to our night's action. Duff beat Ruse 4-1 in game 1. But who will pick up the £5,000 top prize and the trophy in the last game of week 3? It's on the stage. It's ready for someone to be lifted. That beautiful cup is going to be someone's possession by the end of play tonight. It's been something Neil Duff has eyed up in more ways than one. But it's tonight the night. He finally claims that weekly win that he has craved so much.
Can it be all right on the night? It's certainly not a final I personally anticipated.
97.
Especially when Neil Duff was 3-0 down against Stuart White. And especially after this man, Bradley Ruse, lost his opening game 4-1 in, well, it was a bit of a whimper. He averaged 75-85, only got 2 darts at a double. But he was beaten 4-1 by this man.
At the beginning of the night, you'd be right to say that Neil Duff would go off the favour, but if you actually look on the nightly statistics, it all favours Bradley Ruse. A nightly average of 90.77. That includes the 75 average he had in the first game against Neil. In terms of the doubles, he's missed just 3 all night, 9 out of 12 when it comes to the outer ring, and he's had 3 checkouts of a ton or more.
70.
By contrast, Neil Duff has a nightly average of 86.84 when it's come to the doubling, 11 out of 28. And in fact, his highest checkout this evening is 60.
39.
Not really a checkout, is it? Well, I suppose it is.
Didn't make checkout of the week.
No.
44.
The 1-2-1 from this man certainly would have against Denon in his semi-final.
134. 60.
So Duff first to a finish in this opening leg. Bradley looking to chase and looking to leave it handy. If he can find another treble, there'll be
100.
acres of pressure on this 130 for Neil Duff. It'll be his biggest finish of the night. His first ton topper of the night. Treble 20. would have left the ball, and so Rose will return for 86.
I was going to say, and what a time to
Bradley require
get your first
86.
ton plus out. We talk often about timing. Bradley
61.
was perfect, of course, in terms of checkouts against Stuart White earlier. 4 out of 4. Tops.
Game shot of the first leg.
That will almost feel like a breaker throw rather than a hold.
Second leg, Bradley to...
But nonetheless, it is Duff who's on the board. He
Game
takes the opening rubber against Ruse. Now, he has picked up titles on the lakeside stage. We've mentioned it in the build-up to this particular contest. But in terms of senior darts, in terms of men's darts, this is the biggest game that he's ever played. And that comes with a different type of pressure,
95.
especially when you consider the monetary value as well in terms of this game, not just here, but going forward.
$140.
Said before, you've got to win the biggest open of them all to replicate
60.
the similar amount of money on offer to the winner of this one. The Dutch Open's €5,000, the winner.
In fact, a win here tonight would match the total that Bradley won by winning the Lakeside Youth title last year. That was a £5,000 check in itself.
$140.
Neil Duff had a 0 on the end of his particular check for winning on that night.
Well, if he wins, if he can go on and win this match,
139.
and then win Champions Week, that will be his second highest cash. Treble 18. Beautiful.
174.
174 to leave 32.
Question is he going to get a go? 66 for Bradley. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18 to level up.
30.
2 darts have come and gone. He's had 3 darts at double in total in this match. The opportunity to win both legs, and Dove comes back for a potential 5-visit leg. If he can find double 16 to double his lead, to find the break of throw, and the Duff man is in full control and full command of this final. He could well be 2 legs away from a darting destiny.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was all down to the 171 previous visit to leave that 32.
100. $60.
This is where Neil Duff really starts to turn the screw.
This is where his experience really begins to kick in.
60.
Lost in the final in Series 2. That was in week 11. Beaten by Johnny Haynes on that particular occasion. Had a couple of semi-finals here as well.
140.
Never more than now has he been closer to that elusive weekly win.
And there will be some emotion
58.
and relief, I should imagine, if he manages to cross the line. He's in a great position to put himself within 1 leg of doing just that, averaging
60.
just north of 90. And these matches all about getting to that winning line and crossing it.
80. Neil Yorkshire 160.
How much will those 2 darts at double 18 come back to cross Bradley Ruse in the end? He's got 6 from here, Neil Duff, to open up a 3-0 lead. Tops is what he wants.
96.
We'll be back at 10s for 3-0. Doubling thus far, 2 from 5, 40%.
100. Neil Yorkshire 20.
One left at double 5.
10.
Doesn't go, and this may well be
Bradley require 100.
a seismic moment, and well, he's been forced to take out shots like this one for free. It's still on.
$87. Neil, you require 10.
Been his friend this week.
Game shot on the third leg.
Eventually
Neil
finds the double. A long leg in the end. But he is now one away.
Fourth leg, Bradley to throw first.
501 points
Game on.
away from finally making it there.
How much does Bradley have left to offer?
He could be really proud of what he's done this week, because in Group A he struggled at times, and we spoke about sometimes the body language and things like that, but he recovered very well in his Group C campaign to qualify for tonight, and after a slow start against Neil, recovered very well.
Oh, it was back to pack. Top class performances.
83.
Neil Duff, of course, vastly more experienced
60.
than the young 18-year-old.
Nothing beats knowing what it's like to be in this situation. He's won many Opens aside from that lakeside success.
100.
He knows what it's like to be one leg away, to be 501 points away from picking up a title.
100.
And he's trying to draw on every single acre of that experience. Bradley, though, has 182 to claw one back.
60.
Going to put a hole in this. Make a ball.
105.
Sensible thinking, because
122.
he leaves himself the opportunity of getting 2 at a double. Had he found a single 20, of course, it would have been 101. Ball.
Game shot on the fourth
Found.
leg, Bradley.
How big could that be? That's a 4th ton-plus checkout of the night for Bradley Roos. And could that be the beginning of a comeback charge? But Neil Duff now has the darts to lift the title.
Well, the 1-2-1 was massive against Dennant, wasn't it?
100.
Well, that one was huge because it's kept him in this final.
However, starts off trebleless. You could hear the groan of frustration. Duff senses opportunity. And may well be making the march towards the line now.
It's his first max. He hit a 174, of course, in leg 2 to leave double 16, which he took in 15 darts to take a 2-0 lead.
He's 161 points away now, and he is going to get at least 6 to get it done.
58. Neil, you require 161.
Gonna say, will he try and do it in style with Bradley so far back? But at the moment,
26.
Oh dear, 26 the hard way.
$140. Neil, you require 135.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye here if he doesn't want to. How is he feeling? He was feeling confident.
Single 18 means he comes back with 3 in hand at tops to pick up his first Super Series title.
And perhaps it would be fitting that the double that won him the Lakeside title wins him the weekly title. He has waited so long for this opportunity. And it is destiny
And
for Duff.
MODUS Super
And
Series
after
Week
all
3
the
champion,
toil and troubles and all the
Duff.
heartache and heartbreak, Neil Duff has finally found his way into Champions Week. He beats Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 1 to seal his place amongst the elite. You can see what it meant to him. He beats him 4-1, an 84 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Chris Mason, he's finally there.
Yeah, it's not certainly wasn't all about the average in the end, that match. It was just all about getting over the line. A long, long week. Remember, his campaign started 9:30 Monday morning, and he is the last man standing.
Well, it's been some week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And to round things off, let's hear from our champion, the victorious Neil Duff, who's chatting to Abigail Davies.
Neil Duff, finally champion here at the Super Series. Took you long enough, didn't it?
We were just talking about it earlier on. I think that's my 5th or 6th final. Yeah, it's nice to go on and Champions Week. Yeah, let's do it.
And talk us through what was going through your mind with 3 in hand at tops there.
In fairness, Bradley didn't put any pressure on me there, just that last leg. Just tried to stay solid, get it done. The first 2 went really high. I've not been good on tops all week, which is my go-to double, but yeah, it's seen me through in the end.
And talk us through as well the group stages, because a convincing victory over Bradley in your opening game, but then 3-0 down to Stuart White. Did you know that if you lost that one 4-0, that was you done?
Oh yeah, I knew. I knew. You'd probably have seen whenever I went 2 legs up. I kind of went, when I went 3-1, I went, okay, that's a 9-dart shootout. Then I went 2 legs. I went, I'm safe now. So I didn't really care what happened after that there. But you still want to win. And in fairness, the guys that have been here this week, Stuart really highlighted to me what he can do. Maybe not so much the first 3 days, but I watched him play on Thursday and Friday night. He's been awesome. Yeah, most of them have. Bradley's, I played pairs with Bradley, and it's nice. There's actually 2 WDF World Champions on the stage. So yeah, he's got a good future in front of him.
Yeah, both won your titles on the same day, so fitting that was our final, right?
Yeah. He's very quick at reminding me that he's got 2 stars in his shirt because he's a JDC champion as well. But yeah, he's got a good future ahead of him. I think it took him a couple of days to settle, but once he settled, he's been banging 90+ averages pretty much the last 3 or 4 days. And yeah, he's quality.
And you've spoken to us previously when you've not been able to get over the line here about how quick you were to remind the bosses to get you straight back in because you were so desperate to make it through to Champions Week. Does this make that hurt worthwhile?
Yeah, of course. Listen, it's every loss that you take as part of the learning curve. It makes you the player that you are. So some people can go away and they'll let it get to them. I'm like, I think the first time I was in Portsmouth, I was on my way round to the hotel and I'd already emailed to say, get me back in again as soon as possible. It's hungry. Super Series is one of the biggest stages now. So everyone wants to do well on it. For all the time I've been here, I never ever got over the line, but tonight I have.
You have indeed. Right, we will be back on Monday from 9:30 as 12 more players look to do exactly what this man has. So, one more thing left for you to do. Go and lift another trophy.
Yes. It's probably better than the Lakeside one. Cheers. Where's my check?
And,